You had your 2 non-virtues we were working on, of the 10 non-virtues. Who remembers the 10 non-virtues? And how are they broken up? They're in 3 groups.
Yes.
3, 4, 3. Of what? 3?
Body, speech, and mind.
Body, speech, and mind. Great, thank you very much. What are the 3 with the body?
The three poisons. Oh, sorry, stealing, lying, and
Killing.
sexual misconduct.
No, what's the first one? Killing. Thank you, killing.
Killing.
First you do with your body, great. And do some of you want to move up? Does anybody want to? Okay, it's a little bit far back there, so feel free if you want to move up. Killing, stealing, and sexual misconduct. What are the 4 of the speech? And give them in the order of their heaviness.
Lying.
Lying?
Harsh speech.
No.
Divisive.
Divisive speech.
Harsh speech.
Harsh speech.
Yeah.
And wait, somebody else. What's the 4th one? 4th non-virtue? Gossiping. Thank you. Idle talk, gossiping. Thank you. So the 4th one is lightest as far as heavy. Thank you so much. That's great. Thank you. Is heavy. The reason gossiping is so heavy is because we do it all the time. We do it too much. Okay. What are the 3 with the mind? Number 1.
Harming yourself or something.
Not that. Number 1.
Attachment.
It's kind of related to attachment. Anybody remember? Greed. Thank you. Covetousness. Covetousness. Number 2. Anybody remember? Harmful intent. And the last one?
Wrong view.
Holding wrong views. Thank you. Holding wrong views. So I see we have a little bit of work to do on our 10 non-virtues. This is basic Buddhism. Okay, this is basic Buddhism. So sometimes we get in our minds, I'm an intermediate advanced student, okay? But you're not unless you can rattle off the 10 non-virtues. So it's good to lay that foundation well, and it takes us a few times till it goes in and we synthesize and hear it again and again, like that. So how did it go? You had 2, I asked you to focus, 2 probably pop up for you. You go, oh, I do that. And last night I asked you to be vigilant until we came back here this morning. So how was it? You were working on it. You seem to know what you were doing. Yeah? And helpful for, you're watching. So there's a very famous text called the 8 Verses. The 8 Verses of Thought Transformation. The 8 Verses of Mind Transformation. Lojong text. Lojong is very beautiful, incredible text. And it's just verses, 8 verses. And one of them is to be vigilant every time a delusion appears in my mind. It's so powerful for you. We have delusions appear in the mind and we let them go and we carry them on and we elaborate and they become huge dramas. Okay, it doesn't have to be that way. So again, but we have to practice. We have to practice, and that's how one way you start is, it comes up and you go, can you speak a little bit how you countered something? How you were able to watch and then say, not going to do that? Anything like that happen?
I come to present. I come back to present moment. And,
Great.
And look at it and go, is it, Tara Brach says, it's real, but is it true? And so I acknowledge the realness of the feeling or whatever, and then I let it go.
Great, great. And did you ever have a thing where anyway, that's excellent to go into the present. It's a great practice. So I was just talking this morning with someone about some of you maybe read this book. There was a neuroscientist, neuroanatomist actually. She had a stroke at the age of 37, and she wrote a book called My Stroke of Insight about her stroke and her full recovery 7 years later. She's also has a TED Talk. It's really, I highly recommend you read this book. She also has at the back of the book how to relate to stroke victims. So very, very helpful if you're ever with someone, because with stroke victims, people speak really loudly because they think they can't hear, and people talk too quickly, they don't make eye contact. And so she mentioned medical students, residents or doctors that came in her room as she was, suffering from the stroke and recovering. And the ones that came in and took the time to really quietly come in, look at her, speak slowly to her, repeat, that had no problem repeating what they said again and again. She could very much relate to them, and they really aided her recovery. The ones that came in a hurry, that were trying to just get something done and check off their list, she said they drained her energy. So it's kind of interesting for us to know, how do you come into a space? What are you bringing in? You know, what are we sometimes vomiting all over people? And what are we conscious of, that we're kind of, you know, sometimes you can walk in a room and you feel somehow she's not okay, tension here. So how do you want to enter that space? It's a really good book, and she also mentions that the neurological activity, when you have something kind of unleashed in the system, and let's say it's even a delusion like anger, grasping, a depressed thought. She said the actual neurological activity from the formation of the thought, how it flushes through your system, okay, anxiety or something, she said it's 90 seconds. That's it, and it's done, and it's over. So, because unfortunately the nature of delusion in our mind is to carry it on, because we have habitual patterns of doing that, okay, it's unhealthy, but we have habits. And we've gotten some of those habits from our own karma, and also from imprints of how parents did it, and grandparents did it, and people around you. Okay? So this is how we battle back as Bodhisattva warriors. So now if I notice irritation coming to my mind that could turn into full-blown anger, and maybe it does, I let myself have the 90 seconds. So I'm not repressing, you know, I'm not angry. It's just, I like acknowledge, I'll just sit quietly. Whew, you know, there it goes. There it is. Let it go on. I'm not timing it, but approximately 90 seconds, so that I know now I can let it go. It's done. I don't need to carry it on. It wants to carry on, the unhealthy part of my ego, but I don't have to do that. So by practice, this is a rehearsal again, by practice, I can more easily let it go now, because I have that habit in my mind. You know, oh, it's just anger arising, I don't need to pay attention. Last weekend we talked at those delusions are like clouds in the sky. Okay, so I watch them, they come into the sky, they're not the nature of the sky, they change, and eventually they pass away, they change into something else. Like that. So I don't need to attach any more to this versus this one versus this thought, you know, and then build the more, enhance more positive qualities. Like that. Other people with your homework? You said you did some, did you work on it?
Yeah, try not to
Helpful?
have ill chat, like go gossiping or talking with
Yeah.
your friends.
And did you find a good way to counter it? What was helpful?
Yes, you have the feeling, you feel it, and you are about to, so you just hold yourself and...
Yes, so maybe mindful awareness,
Yes,
right?
mindful awareness
Like
of the
same,
feeling.
and it's similar to being present. Like these are the catches for countering these. You know, I have to be self-reflective and watch what's going on.
Before
You know,
it appears, you just start feeling it.
you start to feel it, and so then what happens is we're racing. We're going so fast. Meditation slows your mind down. That's good. That's a good thing. Sometimes Washington, D.C. culture says that's not okay. We can't be slow. Why not? Who says, who made those rules? I lived here. I know what it's like here. So make your own rules. And so it's okay. And I noticed that actually when I get anxious and stressed, I started this at Milarepa Center. I had a mantra that when I get stressed, I slow down. That's a new concept. Normally you're trying to speed up, because I have to get more done, I have all the stuff I've got to get done, I'm not going to... You know. So when I'm in that mindset, I can't get anything done very well. I'm scattered, and then this piece of paper, and then the phone rings, and then I... You know, so slow down, because suddenly I bring perspective in to my neuroses, to my anxiety. And then the first thing I start to do is deep breathing. This sounds like a cliche, okay? But you're not breathing deeply. You're shallow breathing. It makes you more stressed. So I just get to the end of one breath, and sometimes you're like, by the end of the third breath, there's some space here now. This is where the mind's located in Tibetan Buddhism. Mind-heart experience you have. So now I'm like, well, I'm really stressed right now. Okay, so maybe you need another deep breath. That's fine, because now I'm going to gain some perspective on how I have to handle this. You know, maybe I make a new list right there. Okay, of this list, it's not reasonable. The bottom two things, I'm not gonna get done today. Will everybody live? Mm-hmm. It's gonna be okay. But these things I'll do, and one at a time. Some of the most successful business people I know, when I ask them, they said, I do one thing at a time. What a concept for multitaskers. Really? So we can multitask. It's okay to multitask. Okay, at times, sometimes it's better to do one thing at a time. You get more done, you're more focused on it. Mindful awareness on that thing. Finish it or allot so much time, 20 minutes on this project today, and then I'm going to stop. Then I'm going to go to the next thing. You'll get so much more done. Since we are a culture of doers, okay? But the other thing is about, you know, we are human beings, about being instead of doing, about being. How do you want to be with your lists? How do you want to be with your delusions as they arise? So, mindful awareness, you know, you watch irritation arising in the mind. And so you can catch it before it turns into anger. You watch frustration arise in the mind before it, and you can kind of say, oh, this person's really pissing me off. So what's happening? And then in there you have your place to do your antidotes and to, you know, is this a mirror for my own mind? Have I ever done this to people? Do I know what's going on with them? And you have some space to kind of, and then it starts loosening up, this strong hold on me and them. I'm okay, they're not. Blaming, blaming, blaming. But you start to see it like that. Make sense? One last person, anybody? So who forgot to do their homework? Right, it happens. Right, it's very easy. So what I asked myself a lot when I didn't do practice or I forgot something was, what's the obstacle that's in my way? Right? What's my mind telling myself that other things are more important? And do I have instances, which I did, when I did some practice, and how did I feel after? Usually I felt better. There was something. So you have to leave yourself notes sometimes, especially when we're newer. Leave yourself notes. The refrigerator, the bathroom mirror, next to the bed, dashboard of the car, wherever, and make the note whatever you want it to say. You can make it funny. Whatever your reminder about something you want to do with your practice. I know a guy in California, we did a lot of driving meditation. Well, loosely we called it meditation. So on his dashboard, his note was death. That was what, he just said that helped him drive more mindfully. Because he could die out there. Really easy. He was a maniac in his car. So that really made him go 5 miles an hour slower. And that worked for him, to think about death and impermanence in his car. And he also had a level where if you're actively dying and you're upset with people, you know, you want to resolve it. And a lot of that stuff goes away. So what happened in his car is he had to be the first one in front of everyone else. And anyone who interfered with that was a jerk, and he would give them the finger. This is how he used to drive. Very aggressive driver. And he was always agitated, you know, that he'd get out of the car and he'd come into a meeting agitated. So when he noticed this, when you're dying, you'd like to be friends with everybody on some level. So suddenly that death thing was like, you know, we're all in this together on the freeway in California, because you are. Any kind of roadway. You know. Did you have a question? No? Okay. So anyway, please try to continue to work on those. This is a lifetime practice. It's not just like, okay, I didn't do it last night, over. Just keep it going. Keep it going. Okay?
Because you asked another one, so that's what I was like.
Oh yes, so did you do your...
Yeah, like
Yeah,
when we were doing the meditation in green Tara, and then we were working on a white, red, and blue.
Yes.
So the most energy, or I don't know, I felt in mind in a blue part,
Uh-huh.
in the heart.
Nice.
And it was like a very heavy energy or like something that it's not a heartburn, it's not a stroke or something, but heavy. And then when we're done with meditation, I felt like very heaviness all around the body, like
Uh-huh.
hands. So I figured out, I know it was the mind that I had to work on it, and whatever related with the mind. It just meant to be. I didn't had no phone calls yesterday. My roommate was out. I was totally by myself. I just worked very nice and smooth and
Nice.
just did very slow paced everything. Because I like everything fast and perfect, but then I just kind of cool down, and this morning whatever I had in mind, it was very nice and peaceful.
Wonderful. That's wonderful. Thank you. And a lot of things come up in meditation, so sometimes you feel stuff in the body and things moving around, and maybe you've got some thoughts and things, that negative stuff you want to clean out, that it was kind of hitting that maybe. That's very nice. So you enjoyed that space?
Yes,
So different than your normal experience.
yes,
So it's something, if you like, you can continue, right?
yes. I mean,
Even if you build little pockets of it. Like we might not have a whole day, but what happens is sometimes the roommate leaves, and then we're like, okay, now I can sit on the couch and watch TV and do, or whatever, or sit here and eat the whole ice cream container, because they're not. But instead, now you have a different pattern of doing something else. You could do some meditation or enjoy the quiet space.
mhm,
Very nice. Thank you.
thank you.
Okay, so we're going to resume our practice. Thanks very much. Okay, so let's sit. Find your comfortable meditation posture. Again, making sure the spine is as extended as possible. Just take a moment to scan your body and relax any tension you're holding as much as you can. And how's the posture of your mind? Do you wake up tight and grumpy this morning, or spacious and peaceful? If it's less than a generous thought toward yourself, you can always adjust your attitude by setting a positive motivation. And so just recall when you woke up this morning, your comfortable bed, the safe place. You did not wake up with bullets flying over your head. You have food in the refrigerator, or food you can easily access outside. You've got decent clothes to wear. You have a way to easily keep them clean, relatively sound body and mind, all the other things in your world, and you wake up in this life. It's perfect just as it is. It's so perfect just as it is. Even though we're in samsara and we have problems, we have every perfect opportunity to practice. So this is actually the situation you woke up to this morning. Did you appreciate it? Okay, so take a moment and just appreciate. Take 5 minutes. Reflect on other things about your life. Allow yourself to thoroughly appreciate, really experience the gratitude. You can imagine a radiant drop of light at your crown, a drop of gratitude. Imagine it melting into your crown and moving all around your body. So appreciating every part of your cellular makeup. And imagine it moving through every thought and mental experience you have, moving through your mind. So we have problems, but right now, just focus on your good qualities and all the goodness you have in your life. We have every perfect opportunity to practice. Okay, this situation is quickly passing away though. Soon we will die. It's the one thing you can count on, is death, and that everything changes. Everything is changing all the time. Take a moment. See if you can notice the gross changes happening in your body right now. Gross impermanence. Your stomach might be gurgling. You experience that. Maybe you have a headache. You have an itch, or part of your body twitches, or you move. You can notice your breathing. Just take a moment and focus on these more evident changes in your body. What about on a more subtle level, the changes going on in your body? We know cells are replicating and dying away. Even skin and bones that seem more solid, we know they're made up of minute particles that are moving in a certain configuration. Heart is beating and blood is coursing through the veins and arteries. Neurological activity, digestive activity, on and on. Just take a moment and reflect on all the subtle changes going on in your body right now. And how about your thoughts, mental activity? Notice the changes there. Different thoughts pop in, and there's a little space of clarity. Other thoughts, memories coming by. Notice all the changing nature of your mind. reflect now on the external reality without opening your eyes, just the room around you. You might hear sounds in the room. We know that the walls appear to be solid in the room, as well as the floor, the ceiling. But we know on another level, they're made up of molecules moving in a certain configuration. And beyond the room, there's a road outside. There's trees and grass that are growing, changing. People moving around outside. Take a moment now and reflect on the external reality, the change that is constant. So the most significant change we will experience in this life, for most people, is our death. It's inevitable. We don't know when it will come. What most benefits us at that time is our spiritual practice. And when we die, there's a lot of less fortunate experiences that could happen to us. So what we like to do is find an infallible source of protection from more suffering. In Buddhism, we take refuge in the three jewels, the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We talked about that yesterday. Okay, imagine the qualities of the omniscient mind, the all-knowing mind. This is a mind that is free of all fears. Imagine that mind. Do you have any fears? What would it be like if you had none? What would you be capable of doing if you had none, and capable of being? What if you knew all others' minds, all other beings' minds? So much easier to help them, isn't it? Is this a mind, this omniscient mind, that would be a source of protection from more suffering? As well as the teachings and the beings that practice those teachings? Just check for a moment on your own coping mechanisms in relation to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. So are your coping mechanisms a proper source of refuge for you, for your problems? So do they offer, your coping mechanisms offer temporary relief from your suffering and your problems, or ultimate, long-term relief? So once entering this doorway of really taking proper refuge, we want to practice ethical guidelines like respecting all life. Okay, do we act in a respectful way towards others as much as possible? Do we protect our belongings and take care of belongings of others? Do you ever steal things from your office or that delectable office supply cabinet at work? Have you ever noticed a mistake on a bill at a restaurant that was in your favor and you didn't tell the wait person about it? Have you ever stole time from your employer? What about the ethical guideline of respecting your relationships, particularly intimate ones, having healthy relationships and respecting those of others? What about being honest, communicating honestly, speaking the truth? What about saying things that bring people together? Is that a value that you hold? Saying pleasant things to people genuinely? Is that something you practice? And how often do you speak meaningfully, considering what you're about to say? Does it create benefit for whomever you're speaking to? And then with the mind, do you rejoice when good things happen to others and when they get things? Do you wish others well? Hope they succeed? Do you find joy in that? And do you have an accurate view of reality? Do you ever get a story going about others and you're very invested in your story and you don't consider anyone else's perspective? You never consider that there might be an alternate view? Take a moment and just think about those 10 ethical guidelines, whatever you remember. How do you practice those? So again, we have every perfect opportunity to practice. We've made enough excuses in our lives. So always to adjust the attitude, let's set a positive motivation right now. And if you can include in there that through your practice, this is a rehearsal. It's a rehearsal for your death that's definite, that's coming. So your mind can be peaceful and without regrets. But we're also trying to put positive imprints in as a rehearsal for when we are Buddhas, when we're fully enlightened beings. Because then we're unlimited in helping all others. So if you'd like to include that motivation with yours, please take a moment and set a positive intention for this day and all of our time together. Please relax and slowly open your eyes. And feel free if you need to stretch, if you'd like to stand up in place, if you need to go to the bathroom, but let's keep our silence. So that was a briefer meditation on everything we did yesterday, on the Lamrim we did yesterday, the scope for the lower capable being. So a little bit looking at precious human rebirth, death and impermanence. Today we were doing more of a meditation on impermanence. Yesterday, death, the 9-point death meditation. And refuge. Things could be worse, so taking refuge, and karma, the 10 non-virtues or the 10 ethical guidelines. So it's always good to have a little review. The standard teaching is the teacher would teach one session, at the end review it, repeat it, and beginning of the next session, review it again. So usually the third time it goes in, right, we hear a little bit more. I find on this path that the more you're able to practice with a formal meditation practice alongside some study and attending classes and reading, but you're better able to watch your mind. It does take time though, but you're really never bored again, right? Because there's always this opportunity to watch what's going on in your mind, and it's quite fun at times to just, even when you're getting irritated or you're grasping. You can actually play with it a bit, you know. So it's really powerful. And then obviously you can more quickly counter the negative tendencies. And sometimes to alter your practice, if you want to try something different. So this gold prayer book has a lot of different things in it. And I just thought while I think there's one more person in the bathroom, we're just going to read a prayer to inspire us a little. Page 120, the prayer of St. Francis. I love that Refuge put this in the book. I recently, near my father, there's a Franciscan convent. And I visit nunneries in the Philadelphia area. There's a large archdiocese in the Philadelphia area, like Boston. And we were thinking to create some space for Sangha at Milarepa Center when I was there. So why reinvent the wheel? They have been doing it for a lot longer than us. And so a friend of our family is a nun, a retired nun, and she invited me to visit another nunnery, it's Sisters of Mercy, not the Franciscan one. Some years ago I went to visit and she showed me all around, beautiful retirement home. The chapel and the dining room and the kitchen and the offices and the suites, the rooms and everything. I wanted to see it all and get ideas. And at the end, she said, we have some guest rooms here. If you're visiting your father and you want to come for a few days, you're more than welcome. Nuns are nuns to each other. She said, you're more than welcome to come and stay with us, for free. Just come. And I said to my Buddhist nun friends, for a few days, I was ready to sign up. I think Jesus was a good guy, because we don't have anything like that in our tradition, unfortunately. And in North America, it's quite challenging for monks and nuns. There's no support, and we don't have any place to live, and some of my friends are really struggling, and I'm living with my elderly father now, but I don't know, how long that's going to go like that. So it's a challenge. So I went to see this Franciscan nunnery recently, and I'm going to do a retreat. They have a hermitage. I'm going to do a retreat there in May. I booked a cabin. So it's very sweet, and they're very nice. So let's read this prayer for St. Francis. Lord Buddha, make me an instrument of your peace. Where there is hatred, let me sow love. Where there is injury, pardon. Where there is discord, unity. Where there is doubt, faith. Where there is error, truth. Where there is despair, hope. Where there is sadness, joy. Where there is darkness, light. O Divine Master, grant that I may not so much seek to be consoled, happiness for the ego as to console, to be understood as to understand, to be loved as to love. For it is in giving that we receive, it is in pardoning that we are pardoned, it is in dying having practiced that we are born to eternal life, from happiness to happiness up to full enlightenment. May all beings effortlessly attain the transcendent blissful state of omniscient Buddhahood. Thank you. We're going to go to our Tara practice, page 5. So does everybody have a book, have this book? Do you have a copy of this book? Sorry. Do you have a copy? Do you want to follow, or?
No, I don't.
Okay. Would you like a copy? Yeah. Follow along. Everybody else okay? You can just participate however much you want to join in. Okay, page 5. I take refuge in the Holy Guru, essence of all Buddhas, original grantor of all holy teachings, and Lord of all supreme beings. Please, Guru Buddhas, bestow on me the ability to unify my mind with the Dharma and be successful in practicing Dharma in order to achieve the graduated path. May no hindrances occur while achieving this path. So now see if you recognize the different Lamrim topics in this scope, which is what we've been meditating on. Please bless me to realize that I have received a perfect human rebirth, which is highly meaningful, for many reasons difficult to obtain, but perishable, transient, and fragile, decaying in the shortest moment because of its changeable nature. Thus my death is definite, but its actual time is most indefinite, and after death I am far more likely to be reborn in the lower suffering realms, having created infinitely more negative than positive karma in this life and all previous lives. Please bless me to comprehend how incredibly unendurable is the suffering of the lower realms, that I might take refuge in Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha with all my heart, and realize the evolution of karma in all its profundity, that I might perform only virtuous actions and abandon all negative creations. Middle scope. By practicing in this way, I will be reborn in the upper realms, but will still have to experience unlimited samsaric suffering because of uncontrolled delusion and karma. Please bless me to realize fully the evolution of samsara, from uncontrolled rebirth to death to rebirth, and to follow day and night the 3 higher trainings of the path: higher conduct, higher concentration, and higher wisdom, which are the main methods to release me from samsara. But as each sentient being has been my mother, and as most of them are in extreme suffering, please bless me to bring success to all by renouncing the perfect happiness of self and practicing the Bodhisattva's deeds of the 6 perfections with the Bodhisattva's mind of exchanging self with others, on the basis of the equanimity meditation. Thus shall I have no sorrow in experiencing the samsaric suffering of all other sentient beings, for no matter how long, having trained my mind in the general path. Please bless me to follow the quick Vajrayana teachings by feeling sentient beings suffering, very unimaginably unbearable for even the shortest moment, as my own, and to achieve the attainment of Shakyamuni Buddha immediately, at this very moment, by keeping my ordinations and the instructions of the Guru with the best and highest care in life, for the sole purpose of enlightening all sentient beings. So take a moment and I'll guide you through this visualization. You can just put the book to the side, lightly close your eyes. Visualize above the crown of your head, seated on a beautiful lotus flower and a moon disk, is Mother Aryatara, like an emerald green goddess in the nature of light. She's seated the same direction as you. She's about 6 inches in height. Her left leg is drawn in to show she has control over desire. Her right leg is extended out as she is ready to spring up and serve all living beings. Her left hand is at her heart, facing out. The thumb and first finger connected in a circle, granting realizations. Her right hand is by her right knee, holding the stem, very long stem, of a blue upala flower that is up near her right ear. Just visualize as best as you can. She's draped in beautiful silks, adorned with beautiful jewels, a peaceful, radiant smile on her face. Aryatara, the liberator. She liberates us from delusions and suffering, happy to help us. And if you have a particular guru or teacher, you can visualize she is inseparable from them. At her tiny heart, lying flat, is a white disk, a white moon. In the center of the moon is her seed syllable, Tam, T-A-M. Imagine this green, made of green radiant light. And around the outer surface of the moon is her mantra, and it's like a strand of radiant emeralds, standing clockwise. Om Tare, Tutare, Ture, Soha. You can just visualize those English letters standing upright in the nature of green light. As best as you can, try to really feel that she is there, ready to help clear any obstacles right now that you would like. At her forehead, throat, and heart are 3 syllables. If you don't know the Tibetan syllables, just visualize the English syllables. At the forehead is a white Om, O-M, again in the nature of white light. At her throat is a red Ah, A-H, in the nature of red light. At her heart, in the nature of blue light, is a blue Hung, H-U-M or H-U-N-G. Either is fine. Imagine now from the seed syllable, the green Tam in her tiny heart, and even though you have a blue Hung there, you can have these there because they're all in the nature of light, so they don't obstruct one another. But from this tiny green T-A-M, in the center of the moon disk at her heart, light begins to radiate out. These green light beams radiate into the 10 directions. They go all the way out to all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas in the space all around and all out through the universe, invoking, asking for their blessings. And all their blessings and realizations come back into the center of this tiny Tam syllable at her heart, fully energizing her. So let's turn to page 7. Just below the first paragraph there's a line. Let's make this heartfelt prayer to Tara over our crown. Please remain above my head until I receive enlightenment. Refuge and bodhicitta, and once again, let's think about the meaning of the words. Okay, I'm seeking support and protection so I can reach a fully awakened state. And the reason I want to do that is I really want to benefit all others. I go for refuge until I'm enlightened, to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Supreme Assembly. By my merit from giving and other perfections, may I become a Buddha in order to benefit all sentient beings. I go for refuge until I'm enlightened, to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Supreme Assembly. By my merit from giving and other perfections, may I become a Buddha in order to benefit all sentient beings. I go for refuge until I'm enlightened, to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Supreme Assembly. By my merit from giving and other perfections, may I become a Buddha in order to benefit all sentient beings. 7. Then prayer. With my body, speech, and mind, I devoutly prostrate. I offer all offerings, both real and imagined. All sins and offenses amassed from beginningless time I confess. I rejoice in all virtuous actions of holy and ordinary beings. Just stop there for a moment. So Rinpoche loves rejoicing, and it's the easiest way to create positive energy and merit. We're not all that patterned in rejoicing, a lot of us. Okay? So just take a moment, mentally, you think of good things you are, good things you do, as well as good things others do, virtuous actions, as well as all the amazing things holy beings do. Whether you'd like to focus on Lama Zopa Rinpoche, His Holiness the Dalai Lama, and just take a moment and really allow yourself to rejoice, thinking how wonderful it is, how wonderful it is. Let's continue. O Gurus and Buddhas, please remain until samsara ends and turn the wheel of Dharma for sentient beings. All my virtues and those of all others I dedicate to the great enlightenment. So when you rejoice, you can do it any time, any moment. Okay, it's the easiest way to accumulate merit. So if you, in Bodh Gaya, India, it's April now, so it's a little late. But in Bodh Gaya, India, this is where the Buddha got enlightened. It's in the plains of eastern India, very, very poor area. There's a huge shrine and a garden around the shrine, around this huge stupa. And in the winter, many people go there to practice, because it's a very holy place for Buddhists. Many people doing prostrations there, trying to finish 100,000 prostrations, mandala offerings. This is the next practice. Many people doing this. If you just think about them there, and you rejoice in what they're doing, and you're just sitting here on your butt doing nothing, you get some of that merit. Very powerful for your mind, rejoicing. Okay. Mandala offering. Again, offering a world system. Mandala. If you'd like, you can put your hands in this configuration. Okay, we can try. You just get a feel. You put your ring fingers back to back. That's Mount Meru, it's center of Buddhist cosmology. Okay, and then what you do is your pinkies are in front. So turn your hands backwards. Yeah, back to back. No, back, not straight across, back. Yeah, there you go. You got it. So the main part is just put your hands back to back. Yep. And your fingers. So then you're going to take your thumbs and pull your pinkies apart. In the front, cross them over and pull them apart. So help somebody next to you if they don't know how to do. Okay, and then you're going to cross your middle fingers and pull those apart with the opposite pointer. You try your best. Looking pretty good. And take your pointers and pull those middle fingers apart.
Kind of backwards, but that's exactly
Yeah, pretty good.
And then these go straight up against each other. Yep.
Yeah, great. That's great to help each other.
Cross these over and touch.
So maybe help behind, is it Shuyin? Or help, yeah. Take your pointers and pull those middle fingers apart.
It doesn't look as pretty as yours.
It takes time. I mean, I see His Holiness and he just like plunks his hands together. I can't really do that. He's just like, Okay, the main part is first get those ring fingers up in the air. That's a tricky part for people.
So your thumbs go on your knees, and they're going across like this. And then these two go up, straight up, and then these cross over like this.
Great.
And you kind of hold there.
It's good to get one feel of it. How does it feel one time?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, looking good. All right, this is your little universe, just a symbol. Just a symbol. Great, that looks good. I know in the beginning when we start, we're all like, yeah, okay. So let's try to read this paragraph. And mainly the point is to visualize. So this is an exquisite world system. It's spreading out, filling all the space, made of the finest, amazing trees and flowers and plants and rocks and streams and the sun and the moon and unbelievable, brilliant scents. And then you can also imagine offering all of the love you've ever experienced. Beautiful sunsets and beautiful beaches and your precious family and friends. Your precious mind. Your precious practice. And on every atom of that mandala are infinite more mandalas. You try your best. You know, people talk about LSD, mind-expanding drug. Tibetan Buddhism is the best mind-expanding drug. Okay? It's all about mind, opening the vastness of your mind. It's not about intelligence. Okay? That's just scratching the surface. It's about spiritual realization and insight. So let's read this paragraph at the bottom and then top of the next page. This ground, anointed with perfume, strewn with flowers, adorneth Mount Meru, 4 continents, the sun and the moon. I imagine this as a Buddha field and offer it. May all living beings enjoy this pure land. Okay, so now you have to turn the page. Okay? The objects of my attachment, aversion, and ignorance, friends, enemies, and strangers, my body, wealth, and enjoyments, without any sense of loss, I offer this collection. Please accept it with pleasure and bless me with freedom from the 3 poisons. Idam Guru Ratna Mandala Dayami. Then you collapse your mandala into you so you can gain realizations. Okay. So you can just put your book to the side for the moment. So we've set up, these are prayers that set up a foundation, and then it sets up a foundation for you to do whatever meditation you'd like. If you're inserting in your deity practice, your sadhana, your method of accomplishment, you're inserting some Lamrim meditation. Rinpoche loves when people meditate on the Lamrim. And it's the perfect thing to insert in a deity practice. Okay? So be skillful. If you're newer, be skillful about your Dharma career, honestly. Some people in the beginning, with certain things, I got off into bad habits. And then, and I've seen different students. So for instance, we get enamored with initiation. You hear about initiations and people doing tantric practice. And people say, I want to do that, because they think they can have quick realizations. You can't if you have no foundation on your practice. It's actually dangerous, like that. And you need to find a qualified guru who can give you the proper initiation. You don't just jump at anybody. You need to check them out a little bit, because then you're going to have a relationship with them, and it's a serious relationship. Okay, even if you never see them again, you don't want to have negative thoughts about them. You want to follow their instructions at times. So we get into bad habits. And there's a very thorough level of distraction in our culture now. So I was surprised a few years ago. I was at a teaching with His Holiness the Dalai Lama in India. And I found it, for some reason, I don't know, maybe Jeff can speak to this as well, or some of you that have been at this for several years, but I don't know if I'm naive or I'm not seeing things clearly in the past, but for me it seems that it's harder to practice now than it was 20 years ago. I'm not sure. I mean, I've been at this around 28 years now, so I don't know, but when you're newer and you're younger, and everyone's older than you, and you have all this stuff to learn, it's all really cool, and everybody's practicing, and it was very novel in the States, I'd say 25 years ago. Centers were just forming, but now there's many centers, so you'd think it would be better. There wasn't a center here 28 years ago. So you'd think, okay, well now there's more Buddhist centers, so that's cool, more places to go. But what I find is our excuses are thicker, and they come up more of why I can't practice. It's really, really hard for people. I find it much harder now. The one center I was running in California, when teachers came, there were easily 60 people in the Gompa, you know. And now they struggle to get people in there. Sometimes they get some people, but it's many centers struggling with attendance. And so it's something we really have to look at our own practice. So I was at this teaching with the Dalai Lama when he said, all of a sudden in the middle of this teaching, in the lifetime of His Holiness Ling Rinpoche. His Holiness Ling Rinpoche is an amazing, amazing being, and he's around 30 years old now. And he's going to be part of our lineage holder. He's a monk. He's a geshe. He's studied through the whole program. He's got a very powerful personality. In his last life, he was the senior tutor to His Holiness the Dalai Lama. So he's great, because he came back, and he studied, went through the system. He's still a monk, and he's starting to teach, and he lives at Drepung Monastery in South India. He's amazing. So His Holiness said in his lifetime, so he's around 30 now, this is when he was like 25, so I'm going to say 60 years, right? Let's say he'll live to be 85. I don't know how long he'll live, but you know, they live until their 80s, a lot of these great lamas. 60 years, His Holiness said, it will become very, very difficult to practice Dharma. That's our world system. That's what's happening. Okay. So, however, if you want to get real about your practice, they say you can make extremely fast progress in the age of distraction and delusion. This is what they call a Kali Yuga, a dark age, degenerate age, because of that reason, because it's so hard to practice Dharma. Doesn't mean there aren't inventions and improvements in our world. There are. But to practice Dharma, I find the distractions get more and more sophisticated and more subtle. And so somehow it seems harder. I don't know if that's all your experience, but so I think you have to be very strong-minded to really want to go for it and simplify your life somehow. And it's hard. It's hard. And a lot of people around you don't want you to do that. You know, suffering loves suffering. So they're not happy, they're miserable, they're limited, and they'd really like you to stay limited too, because that's safe. Because then I know how you're going to be, and then we can be together, miserable and limited. So it's your choice, okay? It's not that there are good people like that, but you really have to be skillful to check. You know, this is going on in my mind, I'm not satisfied with that, and I was told I can change it. How do I do that? Okay, I went to that class, they said do this, let me try it. Did it work? You check. You have to investigate. Please, investigate thoroughly everything I'm saying. You try it on yourself. Does it work in your mind? Okay, so let's lightly close our eyes. Oh, so, sorry, the last thing I was saying, sorry about that. So the meditation on the Lamrim, Rinpoche really likes it. It's hard for Westerners, some of it, so sometimes I lead meditations in a way we can more relate to than the traditional way, and that's fine. Either way is fine. The main thing is it does start to change the mind, but you have to do it somewhat regularly. Get used to the topics, study the topics, and what happens is people want these tantric initiations, and they see senior students that have those, and then they want to be like that, and then they collect initiations, as I mentioned yesterday, like credit cards. But the reason you take a tantric initiation or any kind of initiation is to do retreat on the practice. And the reason you do a retreat, if you get a Tara initiation, you want to do a retreat on Tara so you can create a closer connection with her, get you closer to enlightenment. And that's the benefit of saying her mantra and doing some visualizations. It takes time. But so Rinpoche likes, you can incorporate some Lamrim meditation, and people always leave that out, even of their daily practice. They have commitments they have to do every day, but not Lamrim commitments. So that you kind of miss the boat, because that's the stuff that really starts making life succulent. Okay? So this is a perfect place we can insert it here. Okay, so just sit comfortably. You can lightly close your eyes. Some of the meditations, often in the two initial scopes, the lower capable being motivation and the middle capable being, which we're going to do now, they can be uncomfortable meditations. We want bliss, but we have to wallow through the suffering to get there, to understand how we suffer. So this is a meditation on suffering, and this is the first, related to the first teaching the Buddha ever gave. First teaching on the Four Noble Truths, but the very first teaching was there is suffering. And the reason we look at suffering is if you want to experience compassion and full-blown love, you first have to really understand how you suffer if you want others to be free of suffering and happy. Otherwise it's superficial, if you haven't explored thoroughly your own suffering. We can't really transcend it until we've had a look at it. So let's first start, let's just do 5 minutes of concentration to settle the mind. And let's focus again on the tiny drop of light just outside the nostrils where the air enters in and leaves the body. Bring all of your concentration there. And when the mind wanders, simply observe. You're off the object without any story or elaboration. And with gentleness directed toward yourself, bring your mind back to the radiant drop of light. Possible to turn that phone off, please? Thanks. So now I'm going to ask you, let's try some concentration on the image of Tara. So we often, if you're trying to do Shine, to build your concentration, calm abiding. Shine is a Tibetan word for calm abiding. Sometimes we choose an aspect of the Buddha, and the reason is it's uplifting for the mind. So we have Tara over our crown. She's very happy we are meditating. Okay? And try as best as you can. You have the photo on your book. Have a look at the book if you want, the cover for a moment. Okay? And then bring that image up in your head. And if you'd like, focus on her face or the eyes. And know that the rest of the body's there. But then slowly start to bring some details into focus and keep your concentration there on Tara. Leaves a nice imprint on the mind to focus on an image of the Buddha. Just take a few minutes, we'll try. So again, reflecting Tara over our crown. She's helping to remove obstacles. We've asked her for the blessing for this meditation. Let's just consider some of the different ways we suffer so that we can move towards bringing an end to our suffering permanently and reaching nirvana, liberation. Reflect on the suffering of uncertainty. Uncertainty. You never really know what's going to happen. When you walk out of your house in the morning, You don't know what will happen. Will the car break down? Will you get to the location you're headed for? Will something interrupt that? When you go out with friends, sometimes they cancel at the last minute. Today you're okay. Tomorrow you can't get out of bed. Or you wake up with a sore throat. You have a job. Something changes. You get fired. You get bored with the job. You don't know if you can find another job. You don't know how long you're going to live, or how long your partner will live, if you live with someone. There's so many unknowns out there, so many things we are not certain about. Take a moment, get creative, look at your life, explore the uncertainty and how it makes you suffer. Very difficult to be sure of anything. You never know. You never know. What about the suffering of dissatisfaction? Dissatisfaction. Are you content with what you have all the time? The fashion industry are some of the best psychologists that exist. They know just how to get us. They change styles every year so people will be not satisfied with the coat I bought last year, the slacks, the running shoes, because they're out of fashion now. Not happy with those, I need something new. My technology, now they've invented a new laptop. New model, new phone. You look at your old phone, that when you got it, it was perfect. Now, not satisfying. Gotta have a new one. How many times do you engage with others and there's dissatisfaction? We have high expectations. So we're not, as Lama Yeshe would say, touching reality. Not touching reality. Look at your own life. How many instances does dissatisfaction pop up? What does it do to your mind? And notice that nature of that dissatisfied mind. And we know people who really have that. Sometimes it's in ourselves, that grasping nature. Whatever you have, it's never enough. Always looking outside yourself, that little adjustment in your home, little thing you can buy. We are a consumer culture. Look at how it manipulates your mind. Here's 4 other sufferings. Just look at them in general, how they work in your life. Birth, old age, sickness, and death. You may not be experiencing old age right now or death. Okay? You can reflect on others that go through that. How does that appear to you? What will happen when it's you? How does that affect the mind? And here's 2 sufferings. Okay, meeting with what you don't like and separating from what you like. How does that play in your life? Meeting with the unpleasant and parting, separating from the pleasant. whether it's a person or a thing. How does that work in your life? What about the suffering of loneliness? You ever experienced that? How does that feel? You can reflect on your own loneliness. You can reflect the loneliness you've observed in others. And the suffering, more subtle, the suffering of change. Suffering of change. We sometimes interpret this as happiness. You're sitting in the shade. You get a little chilled. So you move into the sun, and it feels really good. It's warm, nice. And you're sitting there, and you're sitting there for a while, and now you're getting too warm. So you shift back into the shade, and that feels really good. We misinterpret that the shift is pleasurable. That little moment of the shift we interpret as pleasure. So if shifting back into the shade was a source of pleasure and happiness, the way a true source of pleasure and happiness works is the longer you experience it, the happier you get. Is that how it is sitting in the shade? What other changes in your life have you interpreted as happiness? Would they hold up as a true source of happiness? True source of pleasure for you? Or do you get whacked around when you experience it for too long and you're not happy with it anymore? How many times would you say, do you choose suffering in your life out of habit? You're just familiar with suffering, and you have a very deep trench established in your mind, so you just move along that trench, or you fall into the trench more easily. What would it take to pull you out, for you to start a new path of healthy behavior and healthy practice? What's it going to take? So Tara is very happy to help us overtop our crown. And imagine right now, again, she has the 3 syllables at her forehead, throat, and heart. And imagine white light rays come from the Om at her forehead and arc around to our forehead, dissolving there, purifying all negativities we've done with our body. Just imagine that as best as you can. Red light rays now emanating from the Ah, AH at her throat, arcing around to our throat, dissolving there, melting into us, purifying all negativities we've done with our speech. And blue light nectar rays now coming from the Hong syllable at her heart, arcing around to our heart, melting there and dissolving all negativities we have done with our mind. And imagine now white, red, and blue nectar rays coming from her 3 places, all at the same time coming into us, into our forehead, throat, and heart, purifying all the subtle obscurations to our becoming enlightened. We can do this path. We can do it. We have helpers like her all the time around us. We just choose not to experience them. And imagine now, from the tiny seed syllable of her heart, Tom, the green Tom, light rays emanate out into the 10 directions. And imagine them touching all living beings everywhere, turning them into Tara, purifying all their suffering and negativities. And the light rays dissolve back into her heart. And these light rays come back out again to all the 10 directions and touch all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. Makes offerings to them. Imagine them thoroughly blissed out. And they grant all their blessings and realizations, which dissolve back into the tiny Tom syllable Tara's heart. As she's fully energized, the light and radiance begins to pour forth from the tiny Tom and her mantra garland at her heart, begins to fill her whole being, pouring out of every pore in her body. And it cascades down through our crowns, a radiant green waterfall purifying all obscurations, removing all obstacles to anything that we need right now. Anything we would like help with right now. Imagine this melting down through our whole body and through every mental experience we have in our mind. As much as you can keep the visualization going, we're going to recite her mantra, which is on the bottom of page 9. So we'll recite some together, and then we'll do some on our own. Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha. 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 Again, when you recite mantras in a group, you do need to articulate the mantra clearly with air leaving your mouth, actually saying it, but not loud enough to disturb the person next to you. You can go at any pace that you like. Try as much as you can to keep the visualization going. You can also recall the visualization of the light emanating from her heart out, invoking all the blessings from the Buddhas that pour back into her, or alleviating the suffering of all living beings. Om Tara Tara. just feel that whatever obstacles you may need help with right now, something has lessened with those obstacles. And Tara is very happy with our practice. And imagine a replica of her now dissolves into a radiant drop of green light. And this drop comes to our crown, slowly dissolving into us. And just feel all the blessings of Arya Tara's holy body, holy speech, and holy mind. So if you have any understanding of emptiness, you can meditate on it here. That I, who am completely empty, I lack any inherent nature from my own side, any concrete, independent existence from its own side. Experience which is completely empty of its own side, from its own side. All the blessings from Tara which are completely empty from their own side. We'll turn to the dedication, page 10. May I quickly become Guru Aryatara Padmadroma and lead each and every sentient being into her enlightened state because of these merits. May the supreme jewel bodhicitta that has not arisen arise and grow. May that which has arisen not diminish, but increase more and more. So again, just keeping the mind in that space, staying with our silence. How was your lunch? How's your mind? Mind is okay. Good.
Like a monkey.
It's like a
Monkey.
monkey mind. We hear that a lot. There's an old book, I think, by Tugden Chudren. Thank you so much. About taming the monkey mind is a famous Buddhist book, early book. I forget who wrote that, but taming the monkey mind. We could talk about the wild horse of the mind, right? So. So the one thing, what did you do with your monkey mind at lunch?
Try to tame it.
Try to tame it. Good, good. Part of the taming for me, honestly, I also have monkey mind, is first I watch it, okay? And then I'll add a layer of, I watch it with compassion. Okay, isn't that a new concept for us? A lot of us in our culture, we watch it with, my mind shouldn't be this way. That's not helpful. It's not helpful because the mind's like that sometimes. So why not gently fold it into the practice of sometimes we're joyous, sometimes we're depressed, sometimes we're tired, sometimes we're pretty happy. Right? This is our mind. So you get to know your mind. And sorry, what's your name in the back?
Reggie.
Raji, is it possible you can move where I can see you? Or I just thought sometimes it's helpful to have eye contact with, to see people. Yeah, sometimes it's helpful if you'd like. So this is part of the practice, is you're not disgenerous or ungenerous to yourself. So there's something called the 3 principles of the path. I think we talked about this last week. The 3 principles of the path, also called the 3 principal aspects of the path. This is a fundamental approach to Buddhism, and all the teachings we've been talking about are contained in these teachings, the 3 principal aspects of the path. The whole path is rolled out in these 3 principal aspects. What are they?
Renunciation, bodhicitta, and the correcting of emptiness.
Great, thank you. Thank you. So renunciation, we talked about this a little bit already. What is renunciation? Just curious, what do you think it is? How do you experience that? Renunciation. When you renounce something,
cut down on attachment,
you
Give it
give it up, cut down on attachment,
desires.
cut down on desires, give something up, all right? So we often have this concept, and so I guess fundamentally I want to say, what are we giving up? In true renunciation, what are you giving up?
Ignorance.
Ignorance,
Suffering.
suffering, okay?
Delusion.
So that's the thing, you're giving up ignorance, suffering, delusion, absolutely. So what happens is we think renunciation is giving all your money away, not buying the other pair of shoes you wanted. So that's a very superficial level of renunciation. It has nothing to do with finances or getting things or giving up things. It's about giving up suffering, delusion, all rooted in fundamental ignorance, those negative mind states. And so I find that what happens is when I notice my mind going there, going into these places of delusion, or I watch delusion arising in my mind, that's what I want to give up. Okay? So in some sense, and then I give it up through various practices. Why? Because I have some compassion for myself. I think having some compassion for yourself is the beginning of renunciation. I'm sick of my ignorance. I'm tired, I'm so tired of all my desire and all of my anger and jealousy and pride and unhealthy parts of my ego and all the other things that molt from there. And you get tired enough of some of your unhealthy patterns and say, enough. I'm giving that up. I'm giving up that bad behavior. That's exciting. So to me, that's really renunciation. So you can think about it in the future when, you know, how renounced is my mind as far as this unhealthy pattern I perpetuate. You know, I've talked to some of you over these 10 days, and I hear again and again saying, yeah, I know that isn't good for me. I know that's not good for me. I don't want to be like that. I don't like when I do that. Okay? So maybe now, and I don't know all of you, I haven't known some of you for very long, but isn't it time now to start? It's time. So when I mentioned about what His Holiness the Dalai Lama said, that in the lifetime of His Holiness Ling Rinpoche, in 60 years really, it's going to get hard to practice. Okay? So the longer you perpetuate the negative mind states, or I'll just put it this way, they're still going to be there, that's okay, but the longer you keep yourself distant from practice, and I've explained many different ways to practice in these couple of weekends and Wednesday night. So the longer you want to not do that, the longer you keep suffering and continuing to make negative patterns. It's your choice. I wish I could do it for you, but I can't. Okay. But be strong. We're Bodhisattva warriors. So, you know, everyone in this room has the power to change their mind now, to start, but you have to start now. I was thinking His Holiness Ling Rinpoche. Here he is. I just got this last December, and I got him with me all the time now. A little picture of his little face there. So sweet. Yeah. He's great. He's very funny, and he's got a very big personality. He's a little scary as well. He's going to be one of our future teachers, speaks perfect English. How wonderful for us that speak English, because his last reincarnation did not. So we're very fortunate that a lot of this younger generation, first of all, have come back, and they're learning English. And he's great. And I'm a little bit close with him, and I went some years ago in Dharamsala. He was leaving, taking a train to South India where he lives most of the time, but he has a house in Dharamsala. and I was leading some nungnes at Tushita. And then I heard suddenly that he's taking the train tomorrow. And I thought I'd go down after the nungne and say goodbye. So I called the house, can I come? And they said, oh yeah, they know me. They say, come at 7 at night. And it's nice because after the season, nobody's there. Often there's lines outside trying to go in to make offerings to him and see him. And so nobody's there. The attendants, oh, you want a cup of tea? And so then Rinpoche, they open a door where you normally see Rinpoche, the sitting room. And he sits behind a table, big table. And so you'd make 3 prostrations, and then you'd offer a kata or an offering to his table, and then you'd sit down. They'd have a cushion there. But he just stood up and he came out and he said, oh, come in. So I walked in, and there's also a living room set, a sofa and chairs. So he sat down in a chair, and then he gestured to me to sit on the couch across from him, but it's at the same level as him. And normally with what you want to do with teachers is you want to sit lower than them. I don't feel comfortable sitting at their level, but a lot of these younger generation and they don't really like the formality, right? You've seen some of this, right? They don't like the formality of everybody, you know. And I've been, somewhat casual with him at times, but always, you don't let your mind drop, that he's not a great being. And so then I said, oh, Rinpoche, and there's a carpet. And I said, Rinpoche, I'm just going to sit here. This is great. And he said, no. And he was a big personality. He said, no, sit up. And I said, no, Rinpoche, I feel funny sitting on the couch. I'm just going to sit here. So this went back and forth. And then he said finally, just sit down. So I said, okay. I sat down. You don't say no to that. Once he says that, you sit down. And I sat down. And then he, often they like to offer you something. So somebody, obviously, I think from Taiwan or Singapore, offered a gold box, very ornate, of specialty cakes. Sweet cakes. They came out of gold boxes, not solid gold, and you'd open them up, and each cake was wrapped, and really exquisite, fancy cakes. And this is a nice thing you offer teachers, is you always want to get the nicest, So then he started to very carefully unwrap this plastic, and then he took a napkin and he put the cake, and he was asking me questions about, how are you doing? What are you doing? And then he presented the cake to me. Well, the cake looked really crumbly, and I didn't know how I was going to eat this and carry on a conversation. So I said, thank you, Rinpoche. And I figured I'm just going to hold it, and I'm not going to be there that long, 15 minutes maybe. And I will exit stage right, and then I'll eat my cake. Actually, was I in the nungne then? I don't even know if I could eat it. No, I think we had finished or something. So anyway, I'm holding the cake, and then he says, in the middle, and I think it was a joke. He was playing. So then he says, eat it. I said, oh, I will. No, eat it now. Okay, so what happened is inside the cake was some kind of gooey, it wasn't peanut butter, but it was like that. Really delicious, and right? So I took a bite, and it crumbled all the way down here, and then I was like, and he started laughing, and then I said, Rinpoche, I can't talk very much right now, and we were cracking up. It was so funny. His Holiness Lamrim Rinpoche. That's him, one of our future teachers. And he also, some of you are aware, a couple of years ago, 3 years ago maybe, so there's very special teachings that happen in South India. This is the 4th year. Have you been going to the Jangchup Lamrim?
I only went to the first
The
year
first
so
one?
far.
So the Jangchup Lamrim teachings in South India, there's special transmissions His Holiness is giving the Dalai Lama on the Lamrim, all the different Lamrims. It's very powerful teaching. And I've been going each year, initially, urged by His Holiness Lamrim Rinpoche and their attendants. His Holiness Lamrim Rinpoche requested these teachings to happen. So thank you to him for that. And so the first year they happened at Drepung, I think, or some Drepung. And so on his way, His Holiness Lamrim Rinpoche went to the airport near Goa or something to pick up the Dalai Lama. And an entourage would go to greet the Dalai Lama, some great lamas. And teachings were starting in a few days, and he was in a terrible car accident. And it seemed that he was just taking on obstacles for the teachings. So the driver was killed instantly, was a monk in his 70s, they pulled out to, I guess, or a truck pulled out to pass and slammed into them. And fortunately, Rinpoche had a seatbelt on, and his legs were broken really badly. And then one of the attendants broke his leg or something, and then the older attendant behind in the back seat nearly died. Punctured ribs, punctured lungs, and punctured liver, head injury. I mean, it was really very, very intense, and it took him 2 years. The legs were operated on several times. So now he's on the road to recovery. He was walking at the last teachings. It took a really, really long time because they weren't setting, they weren't healing, and it was really, really difficult and stuff. So, and then I went to visit him. I had the good fortune to visit after the first accident. He was recuperating. All these High Lamas were visiting, and other students, and I managed to come in, I guess, in between people, so I had some time with him. Once, like a couple of hours, and I kept trying to say, I'll leave, and he's like, no, and I had an iPad, so I showed him photos of some trips with Kirti Center Rinpoche. He really, because I think he was quite bored, and it was hard, and the Lamas were coming, and it was all very ceremonial. And they all wanted to ask about the accident, so he had to kind of relive it. But anyway, his leg in traction, and he's sitting on a hospital bed, and his brother's there in the room, and he's basically under a sheet, and I don't know if he was like naked from the waist up, but he's telling me, and I was told not to talk about the accident, unless he brings it up, but, so we go for an hour and a half, then he brings up the accident of what happened and the operation, the surgery. So he pulls up the sheet off of one leg, the hip, and then proceeds to show me, unsolicited, the lovely, Bride of Frankenstein scar down his, like, it was really awful. And I was like, oh, thank you, Rinpoche, for sharing. He's like, I have 2 of them. I have one on this side too. He's great. He's amazing. So fortunately, he was like #1 in his class, and he's really going to be a great teacher for us. So I hope in the future, if you hear he's coming around, go see him. He's extraordinary and delightful, and I'm really grateful to him for staying the course of study, because it's not easy, and for staying around to be one of the teachers for us in the future. Like that. Very fortunate. So we're going to continue our practices, a little bit more meditation. Any other questions about anything we were doing this morning? Yes?
So, I understand in 60 years the world would come to an end. There would be no.
No, that's not what I said. I just said it would be. See, I love when people reinterpret. They say, "You said that karma is." You said I'm going to come back as a giraffe, and I'm like, did I? I don't know. Okay, so we want to listen well. Okay, listen well. So it will become very hard. His Holiness, my memory of what His Holiness said is, it will become very, very hard to practice Dharma in the life of His Holiness Leng Rinpoche. This was about 5 years ago. His Holiness is about 25, so I was saying, let's say His Holiness lives to be 85. I don't know how long he'll live, but that's 60 years, roughly. So 56 years, His Holiness said it will be very, very hard to practice Dharma. I'll put it this way. How much are you practicing now? You have a 24-hour day. And this is actually a really good assessment for your practice. 24-hour day. Look at an average day, whether you work full-time or not. And even if you work full-time, look at a day you're off. How many hours of the day are you practicing Dharma? Okay, so it gives you some idea of, I'm really not practicing that much, right? Some of you might be, but people practicing a lot, a majority of the day. So there's formal practice, meaning I sit in my meditation cushion, and there's that. But there's also informal, means like when I gave the explanation to be a bodhisattva warrior in the grocery store. That is a type of practice, as long as you're vigilant of your mind. Most of the time we're not. So you say an offhand remark to somebody, you mentally get a story, negative story going about somebody, and I'm often asking myself, like, I watch my story and then I'll go, is that true? Is that the whole, that's my perspective. My perspective has a validity to it. It's not the whole story, is it? So those ways are practicing Dharma. watching how you're driving a little bit more compassionately. How you go into your workplace. What kind of attitude do you have in there with everybody? How are you on public transportation if you're taking public transportation? There's many opportunities to cherish others more than yourself. Is that what we're doing? We talk about refuge in the Buddha Dharma Sangha. What do we normally take refuge in? What's our triple gem? Me, myself, and I. Right? So, notice when you wake up in the morning. Notice when you wake up in the morning. What's operating? Can you catch those thoughts early on what's operating? For me, it's usually me, myself, and I. I'm the center of the universe. I just watch this, I could say subtle or gross experience of the I, my ego, myself, is very dominant. Then as a practitioner, I go into my motivation. Oh, right, thank God I woke up, I'm in this body, blessed life, amazing, amazing, amazing. I can catch, I'm going to die today. Today could be my last day. Can I have that attitude that today's my last day? I want to make meaning of the day. A perfect opportunity. Like, this is my bed meditation, waking up. This is what I do in bed. And then I have a motivation there. But initially, that first waking thought for me, it's about me. Generally about me. Some mothers, I think, have it with their kid. They might wake up and the kid comes in pretty prominently, especially a young kid. Some people have 3 dogs in their bed with them, right? And they wake up with a nose in their face. So then you're kind of got to think of the dog. That's a little hard when you got a big black nose in your face, okay? But generally, I'm just being honest with myself. So Dharma's constantly countering that, so sorry, I got off on this whole tangent. So that's what I meant, is 60 years, it's difficult, it's not the end of the world. I don't know if it's the end of the world, it could be, but that's not what I said, right?
Amy, would you say that the cause and conditions would be technology and we being much more selfish-er than what we were before? I know there's no word like that, but...
self-serving?
Yeah, more and more. Because His Holiness said that in one of his speech, I remember him saying, even in America, which is the best form of governance when it comes to democracy, everybody's free, everybody gets to say whatever they want to say. Even there, I see a great loss of morality.
Yeah.
So, probably, pace of life, right? Dependence on iPhones and,
I think that's part of it. I think technology's part of it. I don't think that's the only thing, but there's been medical improvements, and there's been improvements to some degree for racial events, gender biases, women's rights. There's been some improvements, not perfect by any means, but I think sometimes the level of mind seems like, I guess I notice now, I only really have ever seen TV much at my dad's house. And I watch a little bit of TV with him sometimes. And then I scan through some of the movies on a cable thing. You know how they have all these movies you can watch? Many of them are violent. Didn't used to be that way. Many of them are violent. And the level of TV show violence now, we're not talking about, the I Love Lucy show. It's much more violence in general, even dramas that were on years ago. I don't know how many of, I'm really dating myself, Ben Casey. Can I speak to anybody here? Medical show, that went over, okay. It was a doctor show. Or later was Medical Center, or Marcus Welby. And, I'm just thinking, and there was, but it was a very lighter level than, ER. Okay? Now we've gotten maybe more sophisticated, but it involves much more complex, more violent kind of scenarios, safety issues. Look at our, we think we're safe. People are paranoid. Country's paranoid. Has every right to be, really, the way we dominate with foreign policy and march ourselves in there. So I'm just kind of being realistic about technology. I think is just part of it. Really.
It could also be availability to the teachers, like a certain level of teacher. I don't know, because there's all these like older great masters that are not with us anymore, and
Yes.
and
Yeah.
passing away, and I don't know how that void is being.
Right. Well, there is a generation, that Lama Oso, who was the reincarnation of Lama Yeshe, there's a bunch of them, and they're all around 30. They're all His Holiness
Oh.
Lengren Rinpoche's age. Some of them are not monks anymore. So that's another sign of, something degenerating. They're not monks anymore. It doesn't mean they're not great. Oso's great, I think, when I met him. So, but I think there's a whole generation that were in Tibet, and some people say, well, they're the authentic ones. It's not that they're more authentic, but most of them have passed away now. There's a few left in their 80s, some in their 90s. Chongla Rato Rinpoche in New York, amazing Lama. And then you get 60s and 70s, like Lama Zopa Rinpoche, and so there are less. But the thing is, I wanted to say also to the center people about something, and you have to think about this in your own practice, creating the cause. Creating the cause for your Dharma practice, for your goodness, wealth, happiness, your home, whatever. If you create the cause, anything's possible. And however much you work externally on something, if the cause isn't there, it won't happen. So even as a center, I forgot to talk about this, but there's 4 pujas we're supposed to do every month at a center. Or as a Dharma practitioner, I do them myself in my own life. So they're the minimum you need to do at a center to keep the harmony of the center and for the center to grow. There's a Medicine Buddha puja and a Tara puja. The Tara is done on the 8th of the month. Ideally on the 8th, you can do it other times. And the Medicine Buddha, often people do on the full moon. Again, you can do it other times if it doesn't work. And then there's 2 Tsog days, T-S-O-G. So the Tibetan calendar is lunar. So on the 10th and 25th of the Tibetan calendar, and there's Tibetan calendars online, you do a certain practice. You can do short Tsog, it's an offering. You visualize assembling the Buddhas, and you make an offering, and people bring in snacks and pretzels and whatever cookies you want to share, and make a little party. You can have juice. If it's cold, you have tea. Bring in thermoses of tea, and you make it kind of festive. And so if you have, how many people have highest yoga tantra initiation here? Just curious. So, okay, great. You have 5 people. Perfect. I was just at a center. They have nobody. So they had nobody to lead, nobody who understood. If there's 5 of you with highest yoga tantra, you have a commitment on those days to offer tsog, to do tsog. Technically. So even if the 5 of you get together and do together, perfect. Others can sit in and slowly learn, but you wouldn't really fully participate in the whole thing until you kind of are at that level. But it gives people incentive to want to join that party. I would kind of see it and I'd be like, I want to know what that's about. I want to taste those substances, or whatever. The Medicine Buddha, anybody can do. It's great to learn because people always say to me, my mother's dying, what should I do? A Buddhist, what should I do? Or this person's a Buddhist. So Medicine Buddha is the practice that you do, and there's a 45-minute to an hour sadhana practice that you read in English. You just read it. If you don't really understand it, read it. And slowly you'll have somebody explain the visualization. But it's, just read it and feel like the Medicine Buddha is there and the light's going down into the sick person. You do it for somebody who just died. You can do it within the 49-day period after their death, and do it for yourself, somebody's sick. I've done it for people in the hospital. And so you feel like you did something, right? Or have some kind of ritual, but you feel like, and the Tara is great for clearing obstacles, like we've been talking about. So it really, I find, because for the other thing with the center, do you do those practices here regularly? Yeah?
The medicine Buddha?
Great.
But just once a month.
Once a month, 1 puja a month, yeah. So it would be nice if you want to, and the catch about it is with centers, is all that, he said this and she said that, and then, all that goes away when you practice together. It really helps diffuse that stuff when you sit down and practice together. And sometimes after the practice you have your refreshments, You need to have refreshments. It's fun. No, really, don't do it without, I mean, have some fun together. You don't want it to just be a grind. Are you doing the water bowls? Did you lock up? You know, it becomes a chore. Have a little refreshments. I know we're busy, but when you're having those refreshments, that's when you talk. That's when you're kind of like, my mind is garbage, and you know, and somebody's like, well, so is mine, and we're in this together, and you're really okay, and that's when, you know, so that practice is so important. There's one thing I was thinking to mention to you guys yesterday of like, so if you can find a way to, you know, maybe you add 1 month, you add a second one, and the third month you add a third, and the fourth, and then and sometimes it was just me doing it at a center. There weren't other people, and then sometimes there was one other person. Somehow at Milarepa, you know, often there was 2 people doing it. We always can manage to get 2 together. You know, I didn't think sometimes, but we could do it. And you see, if you create that space, sometimes somebody joins in and knows, and you put it on the website, and you can have a little section just for pujas. Some people just like that. They don't want to come to classes. I know people, they have no interest in meditation, but you have a little active something happening, I'll do that, you know. Then you can learn how to put the offerings out and how to set that up, and it's not a big deal. And then we made the staff at Milarepa who didn't have that much experience with those, they saw, we didn't have a program coordinator. Like here, you wonderful, you have Venerable Dundru, fantastic. We didn't have that, so I was doing that as well, and they said, well, if you tell us what to do, we'll set it up. Great. This is called delegation, okay? And so what I did is I made a cheat sheet, this big. The 4 pujas, what you set up. First of all, it's in some of the books. It tells you how to set up the altar. You know, if you don't know everything, it's okay. Do the best you can do. I made a sheet, everything needed to be set up. We don't have tormas. Tormas are offering cakes. You can make them elaborate with tsampa and butter, and I don't really bother with that. I get cookies. It's okay. It has the same stuff in it. It's about generating bliss in your mind. Well, Pepperidge Farm cookies do it for me, okay? So be practical. And Lama said that. They said, get cookies then. Don't do it because I don't know how to make tormas. Maybe you could learn how to make them at some point, but don't worry about it. So then we would do that, and so I gave them a thing, and then they just would set it all up. I was like, hey, this tray and that little container, and that's it, and boom. And so you post it on the wall in the office, and people go in, oh, the Tara, okay, we need that and that, or email it to people, and you go to the grocery store, get the stuff, bring it over, no big deal. It's good for you to bring an offering to these things. It's good for you. So, you know, this is going to be recorded, right? In Vermont. Vermont, beautiful, beautiful state. Really glorious state. I really enjoyed living there at times. It's a state that I would say, compared to, it's a very poor state for the most part. People are poor, hardworking, resourceful, grow their own food, chop their own wood, live simply. I like that value. But when it came to pujas, and again, and I said, you bring as much as you can, you bring offerings. Vajrapani Institute, people came in with grocery bags for the tzog. Grocery bags and stuff. 1 grocery bag. How much does that cost you? Not much, but they bring in, you know, here's my offering, and you'd have an elaborate, glorious, it creates abundance for you and the center. In Vermont, I told them again and again, and people would come in with old Halloween candy they would offer. You know, sometimes there's obstacles, right? And sometimes it would really deflate me. I'd be like, oh, how many times, you know, they'd come in with a little tart. Oh, I brought an offering. So I was like, great. Okay, that's what worked for them. But then they wondered why they were poor. So it's just a little bit of getting that mind into that abundance mode. Again, if you don't have, you try a little bit, but you know, sometimes that was hard. Okay, it's just different places. Certainly not like this area. Right? So just things you can think about to be practical. How did we get onto that topic? Okay.
After lunch.
And the cause.
Because of after lunch.
Because of after lunch? Oh, what about after lunch? Sorry.
Conversation. After lunch.
After lunch. Yeah, I know, because I know people get tired, so we have a little space to meditate. One thing I want to do right now then is we're going to recite the Tara praises 3 times through. We did it once yesterday, but because I'm not needing to explain the mantra again, because we did that yesterday, what I'd like to do is you can recite these, and these are part of the Tara Puja. This is not the Tara Puja, this is the sadhana, a method of accomplishment. But there is a practice called 4 mandala offerings to Chittamani Tara. That's the Tara Puja that you do. It clears unbelievable obstacles for your center, for your life, for yourselves. Really incredible practice. If you do it with some faith, and I know it can be long, and what happens is you recite the Tara praises in that puja, I believe 12 times. 12 times. Okay, so it gets kind of laborious, especially until if you do them over and over, you're doing them, you can do them more quickly, as a rhythm. Okay, very powerful. And I know one time at one center, we used to cheat, and we didn't want to recite them 12 times. And Lama Zob Rinpoche, who is somewhere out there in the world, our spiritual guide and director of our centers, kind of our spiritual director, wherever he was, he knew we weren't doing them all. And so he came in, and there was something, we were trying to get a big Lama to come to the center, and he said, then do 3 Tara pujas. And he said, and then he looked at me, right through me, and he said, do them the right way. Just like that. Like he knew, and I knew what that meant, that we were shortcutting the phrases. So it has an effect. And we did them, we decided to do them longer. We did them for like a week, 1 a day, and we got the visas, and the Lama came, and that was the Lama I got ordained with. So put the effort in. It will make you happier. I'm sorry, I can't say that enough, but I know it's hard. I've been there. I know I'm still there. It's hard every day to wake up and try to do my practice and try to live life and try to pay your bills and try to take care of aging parents and ill children and family and pets and deal with your health issues. I know that. Okay, but make those wise choices. You know what they are. I don't need to tell you. You're all intelligent people. So when you're faced with that choice, go to your practice. Go try to find a way to do the practice, Or whatever you're going to say to somebody, make sure it comes from your compassion and wisdom, not the negative parts of your ego. If it does sometimes, because we make mistakes, that's okay. Forgive yourself. You can apologize to other people too. Like my friend, I'm sorry I had a klesha attack. A delusion arose. That's all. Like, thank you for her for owning it. I'm sorry. She's like, I don't know what happened. I had a klesha attack. She's a practitioner. So she yelled at me and then went like, what is happening in my mind? That's all. So say that to somebody. So what I'd like to do is you can dedicate these praises to Gui Samaja Center for having, to clear all obstacles for the great success of the center, for it to continue to grow and thrive, for more and more people to come here to be a part of the center, like that, and for many people to come and really get help for their minds, and also for all of you in the room to have success in your practices and lives, and for all the other conflicts in the world to be pacified instantly. Page 17. Let's first ask Tara to come and be here. From your sublime abode at the Potala, O Tara born from the green letter Tam, your crown adorned with Amitabha, action mother of the Buddhas of the 3 times, Tara, please come with your attendants. The gods and demigods bow to your lotus feet, O Tara, you who rescue all who are destitute. To you, Mother Tara, I pay homage. I prostrate to the noble transcendent liberator. Homage Tara, swift heroic, eyes like lightning instantaneous, sprung from opening stamens of the Lord of 3 worlds, dear-born lotus. Homage she whose face combines 100 autumn moons at fullest, blazing with light rays resplendent, 1,000-star collection. Homage golden blue on lotus, water-born and hand-adorned, giving effort, calm austerities, patience, meditation, her sphere. Homage crown of Tathagatas, actions triumph without limit, relied on by conquerors' children, having reached every perfection. Trampling with Tutare, whom desire, direction, and space, trampling with her feet the seven worlds, to draw forth all beings, homage worship by the All Lord, Chakra, Agni, Brahma, Marut, by the host of spirits, corpse raisers, Gandharvas, Yakshas, homage with her trade and pace, destroying foes' magic diagrams, her feet pressing left out right in, blazing in a raging fire blaze. Ture very dreadful, destroyer of Mars champion, she with frowning lotus visage, who is slayer of all enemies. Homage at the heart her fingers, adorn her with three jewel mudra, light rain masses all excited, all directions wheels adorn her. Crown emitting garlands of light, mirthful laughing with Tutare, subjugating Mara's devas, homage she able to summon, all earth guardians assembly, shaking frowning with her home sign, saving from every misfortune, homage crown adorned with crescent, moon all ornaments most shining, Amitabha in her hair night, with light eternal, homage she mid-wreath ablaze like eon ending fire abiding, right tremp and joy surrounds you, troops of enemies destroying, homage she who strikes the ground with her palm and with her foot beats, scowling with the letter Hong, the seven levels she does conquer, virtuous peaceful, she whose field is peace nirvana, she endowed with Om and Soha, destroyer of the great evil, homage she with joy surrounded, tearing foes' bodies asunder, freeze with Hong and knowledge mantra, arrangement of the 10 letters, homage Jure with seed letter, of the shape of syllable Hong, with stamping shakes the three worlds, Meru, Mandayar, and Vindhya, homage holding in her hand the dear moon of Deva lake form, with twice spoken Tara and Peg, totally dispelling poison, homage she whom gods and their kings, and the Kinnaras do honor, armored in all joyful splendor, she dispels bad dreams and conflicts, 2 eyes bright with radiance of sun and full moon, with twice Hara and Tutara, she dispels severe contagion, homage full of liberating, powered by the set of 3 natures, destroys hosts of spirits, yakshas, raise corpses supreme Ture. These praises with the rude mantras and prostrations thus are 21. Page 18. I prostrate to the noble transcendent liberator. Homage Tara swift heroic, eyes like lightning instantaneous, sprung from opening stamens of the Lord of 3 boards, tear-born lotus. Homage she whose face combines 100 autumn moons at fullest, blazing with light rays resplendent as 1,000 star collection. Homage golden blue one lotus, water-born and hand adorning, giving effort calm austerities, patience meditation her sphere. Tagata's actions triumph without limit, relied on by conquerors children, having reached every perfection. Homage filling with Tutar, whom desire, direction, and space, trampling with her feet the 7 worlds, able to draw forth all beings. Homage worship by the All Lord, Chakra, Agni, Brahma, Marut, by the host of spirits, corpse raisers, Gandharvas, Yakshas. Homage with her trade and paid sounds, destroying foes' magic diagrams, her feet pressing left out right, blazing in a raging fire blaze. A dreadful destroyer of Mars champion, she with frowning lotus visage, who is slayer of all enemies. At the heart her fingers, adorn her with 3 jewel mudra, light ray masses all excited, all directions wheels adorn her. She's so joyous, radiant, crown emitting garlands of light, mirthful laughing with Tutar, subjugating Mara's devas, homage she able to summon, all earth guardians assembly, with her home sign, saving from every misfortune, homage crown adorned with crescent, moon all ornaments most shining, Amitabha in her hair knot, sending out much light eternal, homage she mid-wreath ablaze like eon ending fire abide, right tremp and joy surrounds you, troops of enemies destroying, homage she who strikes the ground with her palm and with her foot beats it. Let her hong the 7 levels she does conquer, homage happy, virtuous, peaceful, she whose field is peace nirvana, she endowed with Om and So, destroyer of the great evil, homage she with joy surrounded, tearing foes' bodies asunder, freeze with Hong and knowledge mantra, arrangement of the 10 letters, homage Ture with seed letter, Shape of syllable, by foot stamping shakes the three worlds, Meru, Mandayar, and Vindhya. Homage holding in her hand the hair-marked moon of Deva lake form, with twice spoken Tara and Pei, totally dispelling poison. Their kings and the Kinnaras do honor, armored in all joyful splendor. She dispels bad dreams and conflicts. Homage she used two eyes bright with radiance of sun and full moon. With twice Hara and Tutare, she dispels severe contagion. Liberating, power by the set of three natures, destroys hosts of spirits, yakshas, and raise corpses supreme Ture. These praises with the root mantras and prostrations thus are 21. Back to page 18, and really again try to think of the meaning of the words you're reciting. Om, I prostrate to the noble transcendent liberator. Homage Tara, swift heroic, eyes like lightning instantaneous, from opening stamens of the Lord of three worlds, your born lotus. Homage she whose face combines 100 autumn moons at fullest, blazing with light rays resplendent as 1,000 star collection. Lotus, water-born and hand adorning, giving effort calm austerities, patience, meditation, her sphere. Homage crown of Tathagatas, actions triumph without limit, relied on by conqueror's children, having reached every perfection. Homage filling with Tutare, home desire, direction, and space, trampling with her feet the seven worlds, forth all beings. Homage worshipped by the All-Lord, Chakra, Agni, Brahma, Marut, honored by the host of spirits, corpse raisers, Gandharvas, Yakshas, and impaired sounds, destroying foes' magic diagrams, her feet pressing left outright, blazing in a raging fire blaze. Homage to her very dreadful, destroyer of Mars champion. She with frowning lotus visage, who is slayer of all enemies. Homage at the heart, her fingers adorn her with three jewel mudra. Light ray masses all excited, all directions wheels adorn her. She's so joyous, radiant, crown emitting garlands of light, mirthful laughing with Tutar, subjugating Mara's devas. Homage she able to summon assembly, shaking, frowning with her home sign, saving from every misfortune. Homage crown adorned with crescent, moon all ornaments most shining. Amitabha in her hair knot, sending out much light eternal. Homage she mid wreath ablaze like eon ending fire abide. Direction left and joy surround you, troops of enemies destroying. Homage she who strikes the ground with her palm and with her foot beats it. Scaling with the letter home, the seven levels she does conquer. Homage happy, virtuous, peaceful, she whose field is peace nirvana. So, destroyer of the great evil, homage she with joy surrounded, tearing foes' bodies asunder. Homage to her with seed letter of the shape of syllable hung, by foot stamping shakes the three worlds, Meru, Mandayar, and Vindhya. Homage holding in her hand the hair-marked moon of Deva lake form, with twice spoken Tara and Pei, totally dispelling poison. Homage she whom gods and their kings and the Kinnaras do honor, armored in all joyful splendor, she dispels bad dreams and conflicts. She used two eyes bright with radiance of sun and full moon, with twice Hara and Tutare, severe contagion. Homage full of liberating, power by the set of three natures, destroys hosts of spirits, yakshas, and raise corpses supreme Ture. These praises with the root mantras and prostrations thus are 21. Om Tare Ture Soha. 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 So, also talking about creating the cause, is in your practices, as far as having great lamas, great masters come here, including Kyabji Lama Zopa Rinpoche, our spiritual director. So if you're doing a practice that maybe Rinpoche recommended you do, like any of these 4 practices, or something specific for Gui Samaja Center perhaps, we've had this at a couple other centers. We, on our own, started to do a practice because somebody died in the community at Vajrapani. And we were recommended by Rinpoche to do Vajrayogini self-initiation. It's a tantric practice many years ago. And a group came together that had done the retreat, so they could do for this person, and they did it for about a week because we were told to do it every day. It's a practice that takes 4 hours roughly. People would go after work and somebody would set it up, and then the leader of the group, I just moved to the community, the leader of the group didn't want to lead anymore, and no one would step up, and he said to me, all you have to do is read. Just read the practice. I didn't know how to do it myself. And so we continued, and what we did is we did it on the Tsog days. And so twice a month, and sometimes once a month was all we could do. But there was 2 centers an hour apart out there in California. So a friend of mine, she was happy to lead it at that center, and I led it at our center, and we alternated. Sometimes once a month, sometimes twice a month, 1 center and 1 center. So we did it for a couple years like that, and we had questions. We didn't know how to do it all properly, but we forged ahead, right? And we had a number of people there. Sometimes there were 3 of us, sometimes there were 10 of us. But we kept it going consistently. And then me and my friend wrote down our questions that we had. So then Lama Zopa Rinpoche came and did it with us, right? And then he answered our questions. He ended up, over 7 years, we kept it going for 7 years, and he came 3 times to join us for the practice, to fine tune. And so that's how you can create the cause for that to happen. And Holly, Venerable Holly, who's an Australian nun, who's Rinpoche's secretary, Lama, Rinpoche and Roger's secretary, who lives in California. We talked in the last couple of years, a good friend of mine, that this generation of lamas has passed away, this older generation. And they came to those centers in California almost every year. So one of the centers where I was living, Kirti Sencha Rinpoche came almost every year and stayed a month at the center, giving these high-level practices. We had lamas constantly coming through the center. And those are people that can attract a lot of people to the center. But not only for that, it was just incredible for our minds to be sitting in their presence. Don't have to go to India, right? The centers grow. I mean, it was really extraordinary. And so Holly, a lot of us talk about that time, the 90s, into 2000, as a golden age. And they also had some periods prior to that. But we had a golden age. Rinpa Rinpoche was living in California. Lama Zopa Rinpoche was living in California. Kirti Sencha Rinpoche came every year for a month. Shidun Rinpoche came. I mean, and many other lamas came. I could name a bazillion other Rinpoches that showed up through the year. It was like, we'd host 6 a year, easy. It was like nothing, you know. So Holly said, and I said to her, she goes, no, a lot of them, they passed away. Rinpoche passed away, this one. She goes, it's not like that in California anymore. Anyway, and she said, but we did Vajrayogini self-initiation every month. You purify all your vows in that practice. You kind of retake, you purify and retake. She goes, that's why we had all those beings coming. We created a pure realm. Okay? So we don't think about that. Like, what are you creating in your life? What are you creating as a center? You can create it, and they can all be coming here. You know, the new generation, they're coming. Invite them. Do you do invitation letters to all these lamas? Great. Keep doing it. And you can send cards as a group. Signing cards. I used to send Lama Zopa Rinpoche a few times a year, and I would make it funny. We would put little happy faces in it or something. He likes that. You know, keep it simple. Make it funny. There's a formal request you can do, and then you can, and tell them a little bit about the center. We're doing this. But that's how you can create the cause. And then I went to Milarepa, and Rinpoche asked us on one of the Tsog days to do something called Milarepa Puja. So nobody knew how to do that. I never heard of it before. So I got the text. It was unedited. It was in terrible shape. I didn't understand. You know, we'd be doing it, and then I'd say, I don't know what I'm supposed to be visualizing at this point. And so we did it. We got it together, and I edited the text. It's simple. So it's short. And then I asked Rinpoche to come and explain it to us. I couldn't find anyone else to teach me how to do this practice. And then he came in 2010 and he led a week of retreat just on that practice. So it's not any magical mystery thing. You don't have to be any great person, or you don't have to be a nun or a monk. But think about, as a center, and even in your own practice, how you can create the cause. Anything's possible. Anything's possible. You know? So it's like once you have that mind, I can't, which really means I won't, that's really limiting. It's really, and Lama would call it small thinking. Anything's possible. There's something to think about. So, yes.
Can I ask a question about, I think why she mentioned His Holiness? Is that Dalai Lama? You refer to the Dalai Lama?
Yeah, I was calling his Holiness.
Okay. Okay, because I've read that the Dalai Lama said he's a Marxist.
Sorry, the Dalai Lama said what?
He's a self-proclaimed Marxist.
He's a Marxist? I've never heard him say that, but...
Well, I think I've read it a few times. I'm not sure.
Right.
I heard him say that it was a bit tongue-in-cheek a little bit, I think.
Yeah, I've heard him make some comments around
Yeah.
stuff like that. But do you have a question about that, or is there a point that you...
No, it just pertains to economics, I guess, and the global economy.
Right. So yeah, I don't think he's seriously about, he's, I think, quite into... They set the Tibetan government up according to like a British parliamentary system. I think he's really into democracy and people having a choice and things like that.
Well, it's a bit different. Between political system and economic system is not the same. You can have a democracy, you can have various political, economic systems in conjunction with that, and vice versa. So when he says he's a Marxist or a socialist, that's more pertaining to economics as opposed to politics.
It could be, or it could be politics, unless he's specific. But I think it's more tongue-in-cheek when I've heard him say that, but he's not
There was
really...
an element of taking care of everyone, and I think that was the context in which, at least when I heard it,
Mhm.
it was that context.
Yeah, I've heard him say like that about being a socialist, like in
Yeah.
those
This
respects.
entire article is online. You can check it out.
Right.
It's like not just tongue-in-cheek. It's like articles written.
Right, but what's your point? I don't understand your point, then.
I was just kind of curious because we were talking. I mean, he made some comment about the way we live in the United States. So
Sorry?
no, he made a comment about how we live in the United States.
How we live in the United States? Uh-huh.
So I was just trying to clarify if that was the Dalai Lama he was referring to.
Oh, I see that you're, yeah. Yeah, he has said stuff like that.
Yeah, it's the same. His Holiness.
Mhm.
He believes in communism.
Exactly.
But I
Pure
think-
communism. We don't really see that on the planet, pure communism. I haven't really seen it. I don't know, does
Yeah,
anybody?
I think you're right in that. Pure communism.
Pure communism.
Everybody's equal.
Everybody's equal. Equanimity. Yeah, that's a good system, but I don't really see it. I mean, I guess as long as the nature of the human mind is flawed, it's very hard to really practice that as long as humans are leading things and not Buddhas. But equanimity is fantastic. Yeah, that would be great.
And I also wanted to say that what he was saying is, like, America is epitome of freedom and democracy, right? But in my lifetime, I've seen morality has gone down tremendously. And it's I. It's just about I. There's a lot of suffering in that. That's not me.
I mean, I kind of think it's always been there. I don't think it's just now. We don't remember long ago, and there's been a lot of violence on the planet in ancient days as well, So, but they do comment about the morality of the states. It is pretty questionable, isn't it? Yeah. But we also have not everyone, but there is an enormous amount of freedom in the United States. Enormous amount of freedom. Not for everyone, but there is a lot of freedom. And I know myself, when I traveled with Kirti Central Rinpoche, this great master, we went to, who was here for Guru Samaja Center, not in this room, but in 94 and 2005, he did some big programs for the center. We went to Eastern Russia, which is just north of Mongolia, Ulan-Ude and all over that region for 6 weeks, I think we were there. There's a lot of guys that dominate the scene there. Is that right? What'd you say? You're Mongolian? Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. So I really was incredibly educated by the Buryats. They live north of Mongolia, very much like Mongolians, look like Tibetans and Mongolians. Lovely, lovely people. I love these people. And very sophisticated, intelligent people. It's very male-geared, the society. So for me, it was really eye-opening, the freedom I have as a white American woman. I don't think anyone's freer for women. I don't think there's any woman freer than a white American woman. Unbelievable. I will never take that for granted again. I was with a reporter, a female, so females can only go into certain vocations in Buryatia. If you've had 10 or 11 children, then the men will kind of include you in their circles and talk to you. Okay, they're decent people, they're good people, it's just cultural. But I was with a reporter, it was very, very hot there in the summer, very cold in the winter. And remember she was giving an initiation, 10,000 people came in a hot field. And we were sitting on the porch of a building, and it was for shade. It was very hot. And she was sitting, and I was sitting, and our host, who's a man, was 2 steps below me, sitting, very nice guy, lovely guy, his family. And she was sitting there, and she said, I'm really, really hot. And I said, why don't you sit? Most people didn't speak English there, but we could. And I said, why don't you sit here next to me? And she goes, I can't sit higher than a man. I can't sit on a step higher than a man. So I had to take all my feminism, because I was with this High Lama. I couldn't really act out. I wanted to be respectful, and I really liked the culture, really. And so later I said to her, why don't you come to America one day? You can sit wherever you want. Okay? But, it's like that in many cultures. It's like that in many cultures I've been in. So we do have a lot of freedom, and based on the color of your skin, some people don't have much freedom in America. So I would say if you have a lot of freedom, please appreciate it and use it wisely and meaningfully. I mean, even the fact we can sit here. I know a woman came to our center in California from Saudi Arabia, working there. She wanted to get Mandala magazine, the magazine of our organization. It's a really nice magazine. And it came in a plastic wrapper in those days. And she asked if we could send it to her in, brown paper wrapper, because it was illegal in Saudi Arabia to get the magazine. Practice Buddhism publicly like that. So we don't live like that. We're very fortunate. You can have a Buddhist center in every corner if you want. So it's such a blessing. You have no idea. I so appreciate our freedom. Freedom I have. Okay. Did you have another question? Sorry, in the back.
No, just I guess a comment about Tibet. What happened with the Chinese and Asia, I guess. It's kind of ironic that China is supposedly committed to communism.
Yeah, not pure communism though, right?
I don't even know what the words mean anymore. Communism, socialism,
Yeah.
even capitalism.
I mean, I would, please correct me if I'm wrong, I would qualify China, mainland China, as totalitarian, but I might be incorrect.
But they allow American corporations to go over there.
You bet. It's about money. It's about money. So that it's not pure communist, because not everybody's equal there, right?
It's about loss of morality too, money.
This is the way how you have to control all these people, otherwise it will be chaos.
To control them how? By killing them?
No, the way how they do it.
Well, they're killing them is what it's one way to control them.
Exactly.
I mean, that's totalitarian to me and fascist, But pure communism, I think, isn't the definition of it that everybody's equal, I thought, to some degree. So,
I don't think it's necessarily being equal, because we can never define what that really means. It just means an ideal of promoting the common good, so there's no extreme suffering, physical suffering, but people don't have basic water, things like that.
but there's a level of, I think, equality. I don't know the exact definition. You could look it up on somebody's phone of pure communism. I don't think it's just about common good. I think it is about a level of everybody has the same peace. I'd be interested to see the definition. But anyway, we don't need to belabor that. But So, yeah, so China's not like that. That's not what they're interested in. I mean, they're called a communist country, but that's the way we've defined it based on how humans practice communism compared to a freer culture than of the Western countries, let's say. Like that. Okay, so let's, we're going to go on with some meditation. So there's a lot of different meditations we could do on as we're moving into the scope appropriate for higher level beings, which includes bodhicitta and emptiness. And shine, we've been doing some concentration. But what I'd like to do is something kind of high level but simple is Tonglen meditation. So bodhicitta, there's several different meditations you can do. One of them is equanimity. It's brilliant. But I think Tonglen is very, very profound. It really eases conflict on any level. And I think it's a big healer for the planet. It's rather radical though, because the essence of it, and it's in the more secret approach to developing bodhicitta. So that approach, so first of all, there's two approaches. One is the 6-point cause and effect method to develop bodhicitta. 6 points that lead up to this enlightened attitude. But the second method is called equalizing and exchanging oneself with others. Okay? And both of these methods start with equanimity as a basis. Equal regard, equal respect for all beings. Okay? So in the second method, and the reason it's radical is you do this exchange. And what they mean is you don't become someone else. First you'd reflect on all the disadvantages of cherishing yourself. And then you'd reflect on all the advantages of cherishing others. So you can check when you leave here, the rest of the day as a little homework assignment, even though we don't have a class tomorrow. But you could also take this on for the rest of your life. It's hugely beneficial for you, is notice when you are tweaked. Notice when you get upset. When you're unhappy. A lot of it is you're thinking about yourself. You have to check. Your agenda. Somebody interfered with my agenda, my ideas, my planning. They ruined my day. They're in my way. You check. Okay? And then the advantages of thinking of others is you'll see, are you happier? You'll be happier. It's an exercise of the mind. The third step is you do the exchange. You don't become somebody else, but we do have this wonderful saying in our culture, put yourself in someone else's shoes. You have a conflict with somebody. It happens all the time. You have a conflict with somebody. Can you remember the last time you had a conflict with somebody? Okay, who? Somebody, what relationship do you have with them?
A year ago.
And what's their relationship to you?
Marriage.
Marriage, okay. Okay, so somebody you know well, marriage, okay. What's their perspective in the conflict? Did you ever look out from their eyes?
Yeah.
Did it help?
Not yet.
That's honest. That's honest, okay. But what happens is, I give you an example, okay? I mean, I'm better than I was. It's not pleasant to fight with me. It's not pleasant to be on the other side of that argument. You know, I kind of know my person. I have a strong personality. I want to win. You know, I'm always right anyway, right? But I'm not always right. I'm often wrong, okay? But I used to be dug in, and this is my agenda, I'm going to fight for this. And if you're on the other side of that, I think it's very unpleasant. So I kind of would look at that and be like, what's it like to fight with me? Oof. You know, I'm stubborn. I'm thick-minded sometimes. Can't see another perspective. So what's that like? Turn yourself around and suddenly, you know. And do you know all that's going on for them? What motivates them to say or do certain things?
Me?
Yeah.
Me.
No, your partner.
Right.
You're fighting with them. Do you know everything going on for them in that fight and that problem and the conflict you're having?
everything.
Do you know their motivation?
Maybe.
Maybe.
Yes.
Do you think they have a good motivation?
I think so. For them, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, all of a sudden you start seeing, you see what I mean? You start seeing things from a different view. When I'm angry at you, I'm not, first of all, I'm not considering you at all. You're just interfering with me, right? And to consider your motivation, forget it. Forget it. But all of a sudden if I think, most people are not bad intended. Most people really, they meant, and how many times have you meant well and you totally mucked it up? Many times I've stepped in it. You know, I really had a great intention and I have created a horrible scene. Well, that wasn't my intention. I'm not there to hurt somebody and upset somebody. But I made a mistake and I opened my mouth at the wrong time, or I did the wrong thing, I overstepped. It happens all the time. So it's a way to suddenly shrink that space where, like, people make mistakes, right? And so this is all this exchange. Here's another thing about exchanging yourself with others is what percentage of the day are you focused on yourself, would you say, honestly? Give me a percentage.
90%.
90%, pretty honest, 90%.
Before, not. But now, yes, 99.
99%.
But a year ago, maybe 2 or 3%.
2 or 3% focused on yourself. What happened?
I mean, everything was just for others, family,
Okay.
children, for others, and others.
Right.
And it's wrong, I think, sometimes.
Okay. Sometimes it's good to set boundaries.
Yeah.
Sometimes it is good to set boundaries. And there are some people, a little bit more mothers, but not necessarily, that give. They're just constantly accommodating. Women are the accommodators of the world. You know, we'll constant. Not always, but a lot of times. So sometimes you need time for yourself. So that's wisdom. That's your wisdom. Okay, but you never lose the motivation, right? You don't want to you don't want to say, like, I need some time for myself, but not, you always have that motivation, I still want to get enlightened to benefit others.
Right.
And for that
Right.
purpose to benefit others, I need a break right now.
Right.
I need to go away and do this other thing, I need to do a retreat. You're on now, with the kids. That's smart, that's wisdom. But keep it in balance too.
Exactly.
You can't just suddenly leave your partner, I'm out of here, and suddenly, you know, they're on a business trip and you got young kids or something. So communication also, you want to keep the communication open. But let's say 85%, 90%, 99%, all this, right? Can you take that percentage? What if you even took half of that percentage and you put it on your thoughts went to others? That's the exchange. All the time you spend looking in the mirror, embellishing, brushing your hair, dealing with your clothes. What am I going to have for dinner tonight? Am I going to do me? All that time, what if you didn't experiment the rest of the day and it's directed at others? I wonder what he needs right now. I wonder what you need. I wonder, you know, that focus out. So that's exchange. And then Tonglen is the 4th step. And I like to do it starting with ourselves, because we don't care enough about ourselves. So the idea is I want to take on all other suffering. Okay? It doesn't harm me. As I inhale, we mount it on the breath. It's called, you mount it on the breath. You have to breathe anyway. It's a great practice you can pattern your mind to do all the time. Take on other suffering. It only harms your self-cherishing. It's a constricted knot at your heart. When I harm and chip away and purify that, I offer all my goodness, happiness, joy from a deeper space of my mind to all other beings. You can't do it with all other beings until you thought about yourself first. It's too much for the mind. So we'll try. Okay, so just sit comfortably. Find that comfortable posture for the body. And lightly close your eyes if you like, and bring your awareness to your breath. So imagine right now at your heart center, not at the organ, the heart, but in the center of that energy center at the heart, the more subtle one, your heart chakra, there is a constricted knot of all of your self-cherishing, all of your selfishness and self-absorption. And imagine now in the space in front of you, facing you, seated across from you, is an exact replica of yourself. Just try to visualize as best as you can. Take a moment as you look over at yourself, the front visualization. Take a moment to consider the different ways you suffer. And as much as you can, try to generate a deep wish to alleviate yourself of this suffering. As you inhale, you seated here in the room, imagine you're taking that suffering. So you inhale it through your right nostril from your front visualization, and it leaves them through the left nostril. This suffering can be imagined as environmental toxins, poisons. You can imagine words like war and hatred. You can imagine poisonous plants and animals that can kill you. Whatever images represent that to you, or different colored light rays, you take it from the front visualization out the left nostril. Inhale through your right nostril. It does not harm you. It only goes right to the self-cherishing, the tight knot at your heart. Chipping away, destroying it, purifying. As you exhale from this space of deeper clarity and peace, you offer to your front visualization, out your left nostril, all the happiness and joy and love you've ever experienced, all the goodness. Your front visualization inhales those images through the right nostril, bringing a deeper sense of peace and happiness. And again, you can imagine whatever images represent that. Tonglen, giving and taking. First you have to take before the person has space to appreciate the good qualities. So first you take the suffering, then you offer the happiness. Try as best as you can. imagine now to your side, seated beside you, facing the same direction as you are your family. So imagine your father on your right, even if he's passed away, your mother on your left, and any male members of your family to your right, next to your father, any female members of your family to your left. They suffer in so many different ways. Do this Tonglen practice with them. Take the focus off of yourself in front. Take on their suffering, inhale their suffering, let it chip away and purify your self-absorption at your heart center, and offer them all your happiness and peace. Seated around you, behind you in a semicircle, imagine all of your friends, supporters, people you like. Let's just focus on them right now and do this Tonglen practice with all of them. in the space in front of you now, to the left side of your front visualization, place an enemy facing you. Someone you don't like, someone who greatly challenges you in a negative way, someone who interferes with your agenda, and do this Tonglen practice with them. And seated to the other side of your front visualization, place a stranger. This is a person, you may only know their first name, but you don't really have an opinion one way or another about them. Seat this person there and do this Tonglen practice with them. So take all these beings together now. You have your front visualization of yourself, your family, your friends, the enemy, and the stranger. Do this Tonglen practice with all of them together. And then include in the visualization now all the females in the world. Add that to the visualization. Hard to imagine? Just imagine all female beings in the world and do the Tonglen practice, including all of them, including the beings we're working on now. Just fill up all the space. Fill up a good portion of the space with all the females in the world and do the Tonglen practice with everybody together. And now include all males in the world, and you can also include any kind of asexual beings, like an amoeba, because they all have minds. They all have minds. Often we keep this meditation in human form. So if you like, just fill the rest of the space with humans all over the world, and do this Tonglen practice with all of them. Let your mind expand a bit. It's difficult. Try your best. So just imagine all these beings have a little bit more peace and happiness in their hearts and minds, and that you have definitely lessened a bit of your self-cherishing. Even though there's not peace all over the planet, we don't experience that yet. No doubt it sends out a positive ripple effect in the planet. Just having a room of people doing Tonglen meditation. And allow all those other beings to slowly dissolve in the space from which they came, leaving you with your front visualization of yourself. So look over now at your front visualization of yourself. Just notice any experiences that arise. If you'd like, give yourself a hug. And allow that front visualization to dissolve into a radiant crystal drop of light. And allow that to melt into your crown. And just think, may any benefit from this meditation help me to continue to counter self-cherishing, so I can be freer and happier, swiftly become a Buddha to benefit all others, so I can manifest bodhicitta. Please relax. Slowly open your eyes. So I know I mentioned yesterday talking about doing an emptiness meditation. I think it's better that we discuss it a little bit as a conclusion to the Lamrim, like that. We talked a little bit about last weekend. Some of you remember? Okay, I know some of you were not here. So let's proceed a little bit, because I know some people are new. So to launch into an emptiness meditation can confuse people. So I just want to give a little taste of that before we finish. And because we all have Tara on our crown still, remember? Can she bless us so we can have an understanding of emptiness more and more? And remove any obstacles from doing that? Help us. So, emptiness, we understand the word emptiness. We know what that word means to a degree. And in Buddhism it relates to a lack or an absence of something. So that's hard to use. It's a lack or absence of something called inherent nature. Inherent nature. Okay. And I'll give some synonyms for inherent nature. Intrinsic value. Independent, concrete existence. Existing from its own side, with its own nature, with its own character. It's all the same. Okay? And inherent nature is very hard for us to understand. It's a concrete, independent kind of substantiation. And what happens for things that exist like that is they cannot change. Because they don't come from causes and conditions or parts. And that's the way we experience most of our reality. It's concretized. Or also another word that's the same, it's reified. It's reified. So what happens is, your car gets dinged, and you get bent out of shape, because you don't understand how the car exists. You're not understanding its temporary, changeable nature. The car came from causes and conditions. That's how it arose. That's how it became car. It arises in dependence on its parts. Okay? And the highest school, the Prasangika, Madhyamika Prasangika, the most subtle way the car exists is there's a valid basis of designation. My mind takes in the data and then labels on top of that, car. And then the car comes into being. That's not the way we see the car. Car is a concrete, unchangeable entity that exists for all times, and then it gets damaged and I get upset. Emptiness cuts the upset because you understand the nature of reality. Okay, so let's look a little bit more in depth at this. How does this happen? If you take a car, and what's very nice when you have time, maybe Lorne, and of course you can study tenets. Tenets is something they study at the monastery, the philosophical schools, and what they all say about the nature of reality. And it's very interesting to walk around a little bit like one of the other schools. Be a Chittamatrin for a while, mind-only school. Everything comes from the mind. You know, so just a little bit. So the way we tend to relate to stuff like the Vaibhashika, the first school, and they say that what is substantiated is there is this fundamental building block called a partless particle. I'm not going to go into all the schools, but there's a partless particle. How can you have a partless particle? Think about it. You have to really slowly study these schools, and you have to think about it. In the beginning, it was really hard for me. I didn't understand. I was at Kopal Monastery. We did an emptiness meditation. You look for the I. Okay, the I meaning a sense of yourself. Letter I, not the thing in the eye, okay? I. When I say I, I'm hungry, right? And what happens is we build up we have a very strong notion of ourselves. I said in the morning you wake up with this notion. Okay, so there's a 4-part emptiness meditation traditionally. And the first part of it is they say, traditionally, you have to find the object of refutation. The object of refutation. An object you're going to refute. An object you're not going to find. Sometimes called the object of negation. Object of negation. That's the hardest part of the meditation. Okay. And place it on the eye. You want to find this eye. The best times to notice it is when you're extremely angry or fearful. Boy, does it come up. Yesterday, we had a little meeting in here. Okay. Now, I don't know people's minds. I don't have levels of realization like that. There were a couple eyes quite strongly there in the meeting. It appeared to me. No problem. It's no problem at all. Good people, right? Good intentioned people dedicated to this center. But, you know, there it is. That's perfect to use in meditation. That's that eye. You can have other experiences. You almost had a car accident. You know that? There's a gripping and there's adrenaline. There's a physiological thing happening, but there's also that sense in that eye comes up and it's right here. That's what you use as that object of refutation. You know, are you fuming at somebody? You know when you get enraged at somebody? Use that. Perfect. Use that. Okay? And what you do is you hold it in a corner of your mind. You get that, feel it come up. You're not looking for something subtle. It is big and present. Okay? There it is. And this is the thing that manipulates you. This runs your life. This I. You believe in it, right? And what you do is you take that in the meditation, hold on to it with part of the mind. Mind can do different things. Hold on to it with part of the mind. Step number 2. Traditionally they say, what's the pervasion? What does that mean? What's the pervasion? Well, the I has to exist somewhere. What are the options? That I, you feel it. Okay, if you feel it, you need to be able to find it somewhere. It exists somewhere. That's what your mind tells you. It's there. Okay, because it gets pissed off at somebody if you dent my car. But the thing is, I'm not happy with the mind that gets pissed off. I want to change it. How do I change it? Understand how it exists. The pissed off mind. Understand that it doesn't exist. Okay, it loosens everything up. So number 2, the pervasion. What are the possibilities of where the I can exist? What are the possibilities? I'm asking you. Where are you going to find that I? Where are you going to look for that I? Is step number 2.
Your mind.
Your mind. Your mind is one place.
Body.
Okay? And body. Okay, I'm going to put body and mind together.
Speech.
You're going to look... No, hold on one second. I would say speech relates to body and mind. Thank you, yeah. So let's take body and mind. I'm going to lump those together. And what we do is we look in something called... The body and mind is also called 5 aggregates. Aggregates a collection. 5 aggregates. Body and mind. Of those 5 aggregates, one is form. Form aggregate is the body. And then there's 4 mental aggregates. So let's break it down. You're going to look in the body and mind for the I. So what you do, this is the longest part of the meditation, it can be, okay? And they say, and I recommend very much Kathleen McDonald, one of our longest nuns, Venerable Sangye Kadro, a dear friend of mine. She wrote How to Meditate. Wonderful book. Buy it and read that book and meditate. It's in the bookstore. Thank you. How to Meditate. It's fantastic. I still use it as a guide. I really like it. There's a very nice emptiness meditation in there. Very easy to understand. She has explanation, posture, motivation, visualizations. Great book. Okay? So you look in the body and mind, and like with the skillfulness of a spy, start in your body. Where's the eye? Okay, a lot of people feel it here. Some people feel it in their head, some in their stomach. Those are the three main places people look. With the skillfulness of a spy, what's here? Well, I've got skin, tissue, breastbone, heart. Okay, so which one of those, and this is how skillful you have to get, which one of those is in the same nature as the eye? There's only one eye. There's only one eye. Well, my skin, here, this area, well, there's different places in my skin. And that skin has many molecules. Which molecule's the eye? There's only one eye. It has to be the same, identical as that eye to be there. Okay? So if I say there's many molecules, well, if it's going to be the same as that, it's going to be many eyes. But there's only one eye. So which molecule is it then? It's the one right over here. If you go into the heart and you say it's at my heart. Yeah. Heart is made up of many parts. Which part of the heart is your eye? And every part can be further broken down into small parts, minute particles, to something you can't even find anymore. Okay? So you're looking, you're like, well, it's not there. And so you look skillfully through the body, and then some people say it's in the mental consciousness. It's in my mind. I didn't find it in the body. It's in my mind. The mind, okay, let's look at the mind. The mind is clear and knowing. Two qualities of the mind. Clear and knowing. The clarity is this kind of spacious luminosity. Clear light nature, and that actually has parts. The space has a left side. Has a right side of the space. It has, and then it's got awareness, moments of consciousness. So which moment is the mind? It has to be one of those moments. Is it a happy moment? Happy thought, maybe? Depressed thought? No, my mind's not always depressed. Is it the kind when I have this memory, or is it this memory, this mind experience, this idea? Is this the same as the eye? Well, then there's another idea. And even every thought, you want to get really skillful, every thought has a beginning, middle, and an end. You just say thought as one thing, but there was a beginning of thought, and then that was a bigger thought, and then it ended. Now I'm into a different thought. This is hard. This is hard work initially. This takes a long time. And then ultimately, you don't find the I in your mind. Because again, there's one I, and you got all this mental experience, all these ideas, all these thoughts, emotions. Which one is the same as the I? Let's say you don't find the I in the body or mind. The second possibility is it's outside of that. So Venerable Sangye Kadro in How to Meditate, at the end she has this very nice piece where you dissolve the body. Just imagine the limbs splitting apart, gently, and everything just dissolving to a molecular level, boom, gone. Now you have your mind. Let all those thoughts dissolve, vanish, all the memories, all the mental experiences, all the moments of consciousness slowly dissolve into space. And then you ask, where's the I now? So when you do a lot of this meditation, sometimes fear arises, because what happens is, if you're doing it well, and again, you have to make sure you nail that number one thing, you have to find that I that you're meditating on. That's the hardest part. The rest of it is easy. Hardest part is finding that object of refutation. If you found it well and you go through slowly, sometimes you come to something I'll call a not finding. You don't find it. That's emptiness. That's the emptiness of the self. Okay, it's not space. It's not space. Some people get to a place of a space. That's a meditation on the nature of mind. It's an affirmation. Emptiness is a negation, something you're not finding. It's an absence. Okay, what happens when you don't find it, it can be a little alarming sometimes, right? There's an old traditional story, an ancient story of a monk, they're meditating on emptiness, and a monk does it properly, the emptiness meditation, and he doesn't find the eye, and it terrifies him, and he grabs his donka. This is our shirt, you know. And then one of the lamas says, oh, Thupten Tenzin found the eye on the lapel of his donka. Because you kind of like, am I here? You know. But this takes a while to, okay, slowly you do it over time. The more you can soak your mind that concrete, independent notion of ourself doesn't exist, okay, it loosens up your conflict with the world. Loosens up disagreements with others. Loosens up how you relate to the space, how you are in life. That's why we do it. Okay? And it takes a lot of effort and a lot of practice to soak your mind thoroughly in that experience over and over and over. Something else I was going to say. So the mind exists in relation, the I, exists very solidly to ourselves. That's how we often relate to things. And when people bump up against you and when they interfere with your agenda, that's when we get really tweaked. So the more you meditate on emptiness, to get that sense, and this is what Rinpoche says that I love, he's taught on emptiness in different ways over different decades. And it used to be, I think as Jeff would know, it used to be the table. It was always the table. And so you take a table, you have the table and it's the top and the base. So what happens is we relate to a solidly existing table. I'm going to use a book, okay? We all have a conventional agreement about this book. Okay? If I say book, everybody knows this is what I'm talking about. It feels pretty solid in my hand. And if you really want to analyze the book and find the bookness, this concrete existing book. And what happens, a book is a mundane thing. It's not a big deal. Okay. But what happens is, there's information out there, I'm going to say. Follow me here for a while. There's data here. That's all that's there. And right now, because you're sitting at this distance, not holding it, your eye consciousness is taking in data, information, visual consciousness. Okay? And you've got a square thing with a cover. And what happens is, that's there, and then your eye consciousness and visual consciousness synthesizes that material. Okay? And then karma works with emptiness. Okay? You have seeds in your consciousness, in your mind, propensities that you have planted from previous activities of your body, speech, and mind. And they start layering how you're going to experience this reality out here. So for beings in this part of the planet with our language, you see this information, okay? And there happens to then be a labeling process that goes on. Your ignorance covers over the labeling process, the gap that labels. You don't see that. And what you do is you say book. Your mind just put a label on this and called it book. But what you do is you misinterpret, okay? And so the data that appears, and I'm going to call this a valid basis of designation. That's what's out here. A valid basis of designation. Okay? And then we've labeled it. The mind then puts a label on it. My ignorance covered over the fact that I labeled it. So I glommed together the valid basis of designation with a concretely, independently existing book. It's not a big deal until somebody tries to take my book or write in my book. Now I'm upset. Why? Because once that solidly existing book appears to my consciousness, I have territorialness over it, possession, and I say, mine, my book. Now the problem started for me. Now I suffer. Everybody following? So it doesn't mean you don't take care of your belongings. It doesn't mean you don't raise your kids properly. It doesn't mean you don't take care of your car, but you have to understand how they exist. And it loosens up that, you threatened my kid. Well, your kid has their own karma as well, as do you and your family, and stuff like that happens. So are we going to have a compassionate response that is informed by wisdom? Or am I going to go screaming at the other parent and screaming at the kid? Because that's what people do all the time. That's where war comes from, fundamental ignorance. That we've glommed over and covered over the labeling process. So I don't get to see how things exist, and they exist concretely and independently. Okay, if you take the book, and one school says, well, this book comes into existence based on causes and conditions. What does that mean? Well, it means that people started to record stuff in a written form, and later they got more sophisticated and they made covers and glossy things, and then they called this a book. And then somebody decided to mass produce them, and people were reading. People taught each other how to read these languages. That's a cause and condition for book to be here. Everybody with me? Another way the book exists is dependent on its parts. And I'll say the parts of the book are the binding, the cover, front cover, back cover. I'm going to call this the top of the book. I'm going to call this the bottom of the book. I also have material, cardboard. Books contain pages, generally. And it also has ink. Like, okay, everybody following? Oops. Sorry, Tara. Okay? These are the parts of the book. So I'm going to ask you, now we have to investigate. It looks like a concretely existing book here. I want to find the book. I want to find the book. Where's the book?
In your hands.
In my hands, okay. What's in my hands? You see where I'm holding? Well, I've got just this part, and this. If I took this part off, where my hands are, and this part, and I showed that part of the cardboard to you, would you call it a book? No. You have to be very specific. If you said the book's here, I would take this little piece out, and I'd say, is this a book? You go, no. Piece of cardboard. Shiny piece of cardboard. Cover. You want to get specific. So you say there's a book. Let me look for the book then. If I took the cover and held that up to you, would you call it a book? Okay. What about a page? No, not a book. What about the ink? Not a book. Okay. What if I just showed you this part? Is that a book? Okay, or this part, or the binding. And this one has, no, it doesn't have staples, but it has glue. Is that the book? No, but we know that's not the book. So what happens is, if I didn't find the book in any of those parts, we say, okay, all right, haha, it's the collection of the parts that's the book. Okay, so you put all that stuff together, and you say, well, now there's a book there, but excuse me, you didn't find a book in any of the parts. How can you put all the parts together and say there's a book there? You just looked, and there was no book there. What's there is a valid basis of designation. And the highest school then says, the Prasangika Madhyamaka says, you take all that data, all that information, and that valid basis of designation with your karmic seeds, okay, and then your mind labels on this book. But ultimately there's no book there at all. That's what the highest school says. There is no book there at all. Lama Zobramshe teaches from the highest level school, and if you want to know what is there, anybody? A mere designation. A mere designation. A label. And you're like, oh, you're holding a label in your hand? There's a conventional book there. Okay, don't throw it all out. So there's extremes. One extreme is nothing exists. That's nihilism. Not accurate. And the way we interpret stuff is everything exists concretely. Solid book, my car, my kid, doesn't exist that way either. So there's a conventional, sometimes called mistaken reality, okay? But you have to participate. There is a you there. You can't step in front of a bus, I'm empty, whew, oh well, you'll get killed. So understand how you exist, but in relation, there's an interconnected reality to everything. Understand you exist in dependence on causes and conditions. Your parents wanted to have a kid. Your grandparents want to have, causes and conditions. You exist dependence on parts, your body and mind. If Amy existed for all time, When I came out in the delivery room, they would all know it's Amy. But they didn't. What came out was baby girl. Then my parents labeled Amy. And you could even break it down further. What came out was this fleshy blob that had 4 appendages and a round, fleshy oval thing. And then they said, oh, baby girl. Slowly penetrating a little bit, it's hard. It's hard, but slowly. So one way to also interpret, here's another thing that goes on for people, is let's say you have trouble with somebody. You're struggling with somebody. They're pissing you off, right? There's data out there. You have a fleshy or oval thing here, okay? And then you have a torso, a longer torso, and it's covered in cloth. And this part has sometimes some kind of material on it. We're going to label that hair. And then they have 4 appendages. Okay, now they're walking toward you. And in here, there's an opening. And sometimes sound comes out of that opening. That's the data that's out there. Why don't you like them? It's just data. Because you've got negative karmic seeds ripening that are going to cause you suffering. And right now, that happens to be in my space, and that connects with this karmic seed. There's a message I need, and it's coming through right this, and suddenly I see this, and then a negative karmic seed ripens for suffering for me, and I underestimate what's out there, and then I don't like it. I'm not seeing clearly at all what's out there. And I interpret it as all inherently bad, enemy, horrible, piss me off. And then they say something, and sound comes out of here, and I hate that. That's so stupid. I can't believe they're saying that. But how interesting that somebody else thinks it's great. You're there working, your boss hates you, and somebody else loves the boss, and they're yelling at you, and somebody else is all gleeful about that, and you're having a terrible experience. Happens all the time. So this is how it's empty out there, and I've got karmic seeds at play that are causing me to experience this reality. You want your reality to go well, and you want the movie playing on that picture story of your life, then we have to do good deeds. We have to think good thoughts, say good things. As much as we can. Sometimes we mess up. We're human. It's okay. You learn and you move on. Okay? Make sense? So I'm going to leave it there. Just wanted to give a little. And what I'd like to do right now, just to close, is let's take our little tar on our head. Just close your eyes for a moment. She's very happy with our weekend. And allow her to slowly dissolve once again into this radiant emerald drop of light. Let her melt into our crown. And once again, just feel all those blessings of her presence, all the Lamrim meditations we've done this weekend, just blessing your body, speech, and mind. Just take a moment to rejoice at your effort for being here right now and making the wonderful effort that you've made. And may we dedicate all of the positive energy we've created from all these sessions, helping us be able to really create rich, consistent practices that will benefit our minds and help us open our hearts so we can quickly become enlightened and then be of the most benefit to all other beings. So I know that regarding that eye, one last thing I want to say is Lama Zopa Rinpoche, in the most recent decade, he started to say, and then this eye appears to you, that territorialness, the possessiveness, the very strong sense of yourself that doesn't exist like that at all, right? And then he says, and you trust that. You trust that. Right? It's a mistake. Right? And it manipulates everything you do. So after all the different explanations he's done, somehow recently when he said that, I was like, oh, I trust that all the time. So you trust that. Think about it. That's what we trust. So it's really helpful just to chip away a little bit, slowly, slowly. Okay? I hope this has been helpful. Any particular questions about emptiness? Anything more quickly right now? Yes?
So, Abby, when you say direct experience of emptiness,
Direct perception of emptiness?
yeah, how would you qualify that? Because when you're saying that, I get it. I get the cause and condition. I get the whole and the parts. But, I mean, I haven't closed my eyes and seen that space, saying, it's an emptiness.
You're seeing the absence, basically. You're not seeing a space, it's an absence. You want to remember that. So basically, you would need to study emptiness, really have a very good intellectual understanding of it. On the side, and this is also classes, hours and hours of classes, making sure you've got all the angles. There's many wonderful books that have a lot of the ways to meditate on emptiness. So you'd be doing a lot of emptiness meditation. And then in the meditation, you'd see it. It's the path of seeing, so it's a pretty high level. Okay, so there's 5 paths to getting enlightened. And this is the 3rd path. So in order to get there to the path of seeing, when you see emptiness directly, it's actually a short progress of these paths. The first path is the path of accumulation. It's a very long journey. You're accumulating the conditions you need to see emptiness directly. So you're doing a lot of purification practices. You're doing a lot of practices to create positive merit, positive conditions. And I think you've got a level of renunciation already. You're developing meditative concentration, shine, like that. And then you enter at one point the path of preparation at a higher level, and you're preparing to see emptiness directly. Okay, so lots of meditation on emptiness daily. You know, your mind's getting soaked in that view, like that. You have a full intellect, like that, and then you'd see emptiness directly. And then you go on to the path of meditation. So once you see emptiness directly, it doesn't change everything. You still go back into an ordinary view, but now you know. Okay? And then from there in the path of meditation, you build on what you saw directly. More meditation to soak your mind in it thoroughly, and then you start to really experience everything from that view, and then you enter the path of no more learning. I mean, I'm giving it kind of simply like that.
It's just one line. Tadyatha gate gate paragate persabgate odiswa.
Sorry, what about that?
You basically covered that line, the Heart Sutra.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, so that relates to that as well, the different stages, yeah. So I just want to do one dedication from Master Shantideva. This is on page 246 in the Gold Prayer Book, please. His Holiness the Dalai Lama's favorite dedication. May all beings everywhere, plagued by sufferings of body and mind, obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of my merits. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled, with a mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms and the deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored on finding repose. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food. May the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy. May the forlorn find hope, constant happiness and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvests. May all medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their ailments. Whatever diseases there are in the world, may they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid, and those bound be freed. May the powerless find power, and may people think of benefiting each other. For as long as space remains, for as long as sentient beings remain, until then may I too remain, to dispel the miseries of the world. Page 244, just the short, long life prayers for His Holiness and Lama Zopa Rinpoche. We can chant the first one for His Holiness. Gari Ramwe Kowe Jinkam De Bendang De Wa Malu Chongwe Ne Chen Rei Zin Wang Tenzing Gyatso Yi Sha Pe Si Te Bar Du Teng Gyurji. You who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplished magnificent prayers honoring the three jewels, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live.